Well, Nupur, extra forces have been called in, and also at the same time, we have been seeing that how AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi had also spoken to us at Republic TV, and he had also said that he condemns both these statements, not only what Raja Singh had said, but also the slogans like "Sardan se Juda." Such slogans also was condemned by AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, but still we see that these slogans continue to be heard here at these protests. But when we talk about the government measures, we see that the police officials have put the city under high alert, especially the old city area has now been put under high alert. Extra forces have been called in to bring the situation under control, and also lathi charge was used to make sure that the situation is under control. As of now, we haven't heard any sort of untoward situation or any casualties in these protests, but yes, situation continues to remain tense.
Now, earlier on we were getting access, Aneri, to these visuals of a police car that was vandalized by these protesters. Can you tell us more about where this incident took place?
Well, Nupur, this incident has taken place in Molali area is what we have learned, where these protesters, when they were trying to protest, they damaged the vehicle, the police vehicle, police patrolling car there, and also what we have learned is that now the situation has been brought under control by the police officials. As of now, currently, as we continue to speak, there are no protests taking place, but yes, massive protests during the midnight, where we had seen that massive police deployment, and also huge number of people had come into the streets, raising slogans like "Sarkar Se Juda" and "Raja Singh ko Phansi do" is what we have been hearing since last night.
Now, also what I wanted to ask you, Aneri, is in terms of action from the BJP against Raja Singh. We know he's already been suspended, but we are also learning that perhaps he's been asked by the top leadership of the BJP to explain why he made those comments.
That's right. Earlier it was Nupur Sharma who was suspended after she had given such statements, and now it's Raja Singh. Well, the derogatory and controversial statements which was given by the MLA of Goshamel, Raja Singh, where we had seen that that video has now been put on private on the YouTube, where he had posted that video. But also, one thing not to forget, before getting arrested yesterday, Raja Singh had also released one more video where he had stated that he has not taken anyone's name, and when others insult Lord Ram and Lord Sita, then why don't they take action, is what Raja Singh had questioned. And also he had raised question that why arrest me or why take action against me, whereas I haven't taken anyone's name. And also at the same time he had warned that if you have deleted this video, no problem, I will come up with another video. Raja Singh had given out this statement before getting arrested. So now high alert being put up in various locations in Charminar, in Old City area especially, as we had seen that there were massive protests which broke out in these areas last night, extra police forces being called in, huge tension-like situation, Nupur, here in Hyderabad.
Now, also very, very quickly, Aneri, if you can take us against the legal case that has been registered against Raja Singh. We understand that there are various sections of the Indian Penal Code, including promoting enmity, which he's been charged with. All right, I'm going to come back to you, Aneri, and you were taking us through the details of the legal case that's been filed against Raja Singh. We are given to understand that under various sections, he's also been booked for promoting enmity between different groups on grounds of religion, deliberate and malicious acts intended to outrage feelings of any class by insulting its religion or religious beliefs.
That's right. But Nupur, we have seen how the court arguments went on. If we talk about that right now, that there were court arguments which took place for almost 2 to 2.5 hours in the Nampalli court, but also there were various complaints which were registered at various police stations yesterday, and one FIR was registered. But what was to be observed is that the police and the state did not follow the procedure of 41A CRPC, and without following the procedure, the police officials had arrested Raja Singh on. So, on that ground, basically, Raja Singh was asked to be released immediately, and that was one of the big relief for Raja Singh. But also not to forget how derogatory remarks he had made, and so we see that this massive protests have been erupting in Hyderabad and also in various parts of the city.
All right, absolutely. And in terms of, what are we likely to see today? Obviously, the police are going to try and get the situation under control. But he was released yesterday, and some of the protesters are demanding that stringent action be taken against him. So what are you hearing from police authorities of what the way forward is going to be?
Well, as I have been mentioning, that the city is still on high alert. Extra forces are put in place. There are deployments which have been done at various locations. But as we have been seeing that there were protests which took place all last night, but also at the same time where they haven't been giving any sort of prior information that they will be holding any such protest, they are immediately jumping onto the streets. They are coming in large numbers, and so there are various sensitive points, sensitive places where the police have to put extra forces, and so that is being done by the police officials. But also at the same time, we have been seeing we might see some sort of tense-like situation. But yes, as of now, Hyderabad city has been put on high alert.
Stay with us, Aneri, just to tell our viewers of what's happening right now. We are learning that police deployment has been made across Hyderabad to control the situation. And I think we have got Mr. Rao on the phone line from the BJP. Mr. Rao, good morning. Mr. Rao, T. Raja Singh, of course, was granted bail yesterday, but the manner in which all right, we seem to have lost that audio connection with him. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But just to give our viewers a sense of what's happened overnight in Hyderabad, the situation over there in the old city parts of Hyderabad continues to remain tense. Police deployment, of course, has been increased in various parts. Yesterday, we did see some incidents of violence being reported from the Charminar area. However, nobody has been injured in these protests. The police has said that they are on high alert for any such protests to break out again. Mr. Rao on the phone line, back with me now. Mr. Rao, good morning. Mr. Rao, the situation in Hyderabad continues to remain tense, and it would be falling upon both sides to try and maintain calm.
See, it's unfortunate, despite the party taking action, there are some groups who are trying to disturb the harmony and peace in the city. Bharatiya Janata Party condemns this kind of unwarranted protest.
All right, Mr. Rao, thank you for joining us on that. So as we are pointing out, of course, what we are given to understand is that the police, of course, has picketed various large areas in old Hyderabad to try and get the situation under control. Now, just to give us viewers a sense of what's been happening since Raja Singh was arrested, massive protests broke out in parts of Hyderabad after the release of the suspended BJP MLA T. Raja Singh following his controversial remarks against a particular religion. Sar Tan Se Jura Hai slogans were also raised in the presence of AIMIM leaders, but the AIMIM is yet to take action.
A suspended BJP leader T. Raja Singh is released. He's granted bail. There have been protests across Hyderabad all of Tuesday evening. In many parts of Hyderabad, people coming out in large numbers, many on bikes with families. In some of these protests, even kids, women were seen raising slogans like Sar Tan Se Juda. In some places, Murdabad, saying T. Raja Murdabad. Some saying that he should be hanged.
Open calls for beheading made just outside a police station. Even certain AIMM leaders were part of these protests where the violent threats were made. Republic questioned the AIMM president on the controversial slogans raised by some leaders in his party.
I condemn it, and if you are protesting, you must protest within the four walls of the Constitution. You cannot protest and give a call for violence. I condemn it, and there is no place for such slogans for anyone, irrespective of which political party or religion one belongs to.
But the party is yet to take action against its leaders. First, it was Nupur Sharma, now it's T. Raja. The BJP has taken a tough stand against all those who attempt to disturb religious harmony in the country.
इस भारत को दुनिया में एक विश्वगुरु स्थान लेकर जाना चाहिए. देश में जो गरीबी बेरोजगार है, बेरोजगारी को दूर करना चाहिए. देश में इंडस्ट्री इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ठीक तरीके से आगे बढ़े. इसी दृष्टिकोण में आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी देश को आगे लेके जा रहे. वही रास्ते पे सब लोग चलना चाहिए. जो भी हो ऐसा स्टेटमेंट देना, ऐसा नारा देना कोई शोभा नहीं देते.
And the situation continues to be tense in Hyderabad, with these protests likely to continue on Wednesday. Republic TV will be live from the ground, from the field, tracking the latest developments.
Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, moving on to the other big story that we're going to be tracking for you this morning, Mamata Banerjee's top aide, Anubrata Mondal's custody ends today. The CBI is expected to ask for extended custody as the cattle scam is only getting bigger by the day. Yesterday, Asansol CBI Court Judge Rajesh Chakrabarti allegedly received a threat letter stating that if Anubrata Mondal is not given bail, the judge and his family will be falsely framed in a drugs case. Meanwhile, the CBI is conducting raids across rice mills. I think we are getting a first response from Anubrata Mondal as he is being taken to court right now. We're going to try and get you more details on what he said. But as I was earlier pointing out, of course, his custody ends today, and we are given to understand that the CBI could ask for extended custody. Now, there is new angles that the CBI is looking at. Also, one of them has been the rice mills, which have been raided by the CBI. Anubrata Mondal, of course, is being seen as the main accused in this particular case. Let's listen to what he said just a short while ago.
ওটা সিবিআই তোতা বলি বিজেপি বলছে আপনাকে যেন বাইরের রাজ্যে নিয়ে চলে যাওয়া হয় বিজেপি বলছে আরে রুক যাও ভাই ওটা সিবিআই তোতা বলি বিজেপি বলছে আপনাকে যেন বাইরের রাজ্যে নিয়ে চলে যাওয়া হয় বিজেপি বলছে আরে রুক যাও ভাই
That the court will decide whether I get bail or not. To remember that even as he goes to court, there was allegedly a threat letter that was received by the lower court judge, which will be listening to his case today, which allegedly the letter said that if he's not granted bail, the judge and his family could falsely be implicated in a drugs case. So even as this unfolded yesterday, Anubrata Mondal is going to be in court today. The CBI is expected to ask for extended custody of Mamata Mamata Banerjee's top aide, who of course is under arrest in the cattle smuggling case. Now, the investigation so far, of course, seems to link him directly to the cattle smuggling case. And also what we're given to understand are there are 3 rice mills which are owned by Anubrata Mondal. Now, raids were conducted earlier this week at those rice mills, and the CBI, of course, says that they have enough evidence to link these rice mills also to the cattle smuggling case. Anubrata Mondal, of course, has been in custody ever since his arrest, and the CBI is likely to push for more custody, for extended custody today. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, we will get you the latest on the Anubrata Mondal case. He will be produced in a court shortly.
Amity University, Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
मनीष जी को कहा गया कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाइए, आपको मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाएंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार गिरानी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर दूसरी बार हमने फेल किया।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की?
These were the visuals of the quarter guard ceremony here at Mechuka unit, the 13 Grenadiers.
We keep our boys extremely fit and motivated with the different levels of training in our battalion.
Welfare and defense of country comes always first.
Indian Army never leaves behind any one of them. When the Operation Meghdoot started, there were several of the soldiers which went missing in action because of the avalanche. 38 years later, during a patrol party at Ashankar Top, they essentially came across the mortal remains of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar of 19 Kumaon.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
There you can see a large number of Congress workers are being detained. They're outside the Congress headquarters. There's a large number of protest workers who are being denied over here. They are saying that they will fight till the very end.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodiya is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this
You're watching the Morning Express on Republic. The headlines at 8:30. BJP MLA arrested over controversial remarks, set free. Mega protests erupt across Hyderabad. Late night protests in Hyderabad. Shocking. Sartan se juda slogans raised. Fast and swift moves by the CBI. 15 accused, including Kejriwal's deputy Sisodia, likely to be grilled. Mamta's top man Anubrata's custody ends today. CBI to push hard for extended custody as the cattle scam is only getting bigger by the day. Big day in Bihar as the Nitish Tejasvi government to face crucial floor test. Prime Minister Modi in Mohali today will inaugurate key developmental projects. And as we've been telling you since this morning, Mamta's top aide Anubrata Mondal's custody ends today. The CBI is likely to push hard for extended custody as the cattle scam is only getting bigger by the day. Remember yesterday, Asansol CBI court judge Rajesh Chakraborty allegedly received a threat letter stating that if Anubrata is not given bail, the judge and his family will be falsely framed in a drug case. Meanwhile, CBI is conducting raids across many rice mills in the state. And now let's listen in as Republic caught up with Anubrata Mondal this morning.
প্রভাবশালী সিবিআই বলছে, কি বলবেন? লেগে যাবে। কেশুদা, বিজেপি বলছে আপনাকে যেন বাইরের রাজ্যে নিয়ে চলে যাওয়া হয়, বিজেপি বলছে।
বিজেপি বলছে অন্য রাজ্যে নিয়ে যাবে, অন্য রাজ্যে নিয়ে যাবে। কেষ্টদা, বিজেপি বলছে অন্য রাজ্যে নিয়ে যাবে। কেষ্টদা,
দাদা শরীর ভালো? দাদা
শরীর ভালো? দাদা ঠিক আছেন? আজকে তো নিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে। জামিন হবে? কি মনে হচ্ছে জামিন হবে? জামিন হবে কি মনে হচ্ছে?
সেটা তো কোর্ট বলবে, স্যার আমি বলবো।
কি আশা করছেন?
সেটা কোর্ট বলবে, আমি বলবো।
শরীর কেমন আছে?
শরীর আগের চেয়ে ভালো আছে।
Today on way to CBI Asansol Court, CBI Asansol Court, Anubrata Mondal says that he demands the CBI investigation at judge threatening case, and he says that he is quite well by his health, and repeatedly he demands the CBI investigation at judge threatening case. Yesterday, CBI special judge was threatened by a letter that he and his family, along his family, he will be trapped in a narcotics case. In this matter, when today he's on way to CBI Asansol Court, Anubrata Mondal says he demands for CBI investigation at judge threatening case, and he repeatedly he says that he is quite well by health.
দাদা শরীর ভালো? দাদা
শরীর ভালো? দাদা ঠিক আছেন? আজকে তো নিয়ে যাওয়া হচ্ছে।
Anubrata Mondal says Anubrata Mondal wants CBI investigation at judge threatening case. Today, when on way to CBI special court Asansol, Anubrata Mondal says he demands for CBI investigation at judge threatening case. Yesterday, Asansol CBI special court judge was threatened by a letter that along with his family, he will be trapped in a narcotics case if Anubrata Mondal did not get bail today. In this matter, today on way to Asansol Court, Anubrata Mondal says he demands CBI investigation. But yesterday, in this matter, Anubrata Mondal says that BJP sent this letter to CBI judge. But today, he differs from his stand. Today, he says that
He demands CBI investigation at this matter. He demands CBI investigation at judge threatening matter. While yesterday, Asansol CBI special judge was threatened by a letter that along with his family, he will be trapped in a narcotics case.
So Anubrata Mondal, they're being led to be presented in court. His custody ends today, telling Republic as Republic reporters caught up with him early in the morning as he was being led to the Asansol court that he is quite well. And lots expected on that front today as well. Moving on to our next story. News coming in from Bihar. Raids are being conducted at very close confidant at the residence premises of a very close confidant of Lalu. RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna is being searched even as we speak. And the RJD leader is a very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav. And news breaking in now that his home is being raided. His home is in Patna. A close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav. And joining us is Prakash Singh, our editor, Special Affairs, on the phone line. Prakash, it's over to you to tell us about this latest breaking news. A raids now being conducted, we believe, in the Patna home of Lalu's very close aide.
Well, Sunil Singh is supposed to be the closest aide of Lalu Yadav, and raids are being conducted. We were apprehending this to happen sometime soon, and this has happened today morning. And this is related to the disproportionate asset Sunil Singh might have amassed. And we'll have to wait and watch what kind of documents and transactions the ED team recovers from Sunil Singh's residence. Sunil Singh is the chairman of the Biscoman agriculture community system in Bihar, as well as he is on the board members of various other organizations as well, including NEFED and other organizations, and he is supposed to be one of the closest aides. And now
विद्वान आदमी को एक बदनाम करने का साजिश किया जा रहा है। यह इसको लेकर के पूरे बिहार में आंदोलन होगा। यह पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से हम गांधी के धरती से आए हैं। हमारा नाम संजय सत्यार्थी हुआ। हम इसके लिए
Well, there you see how again in this case as well, we are hearing the normal cry of vendetta, the normal cry that that these raids, as we speak, these raids are being carried out at the home of a very close confidant of Lalu Prasad Yadav in Patna in Bihar. That's a big breaking story this morning. Prakash, many thanks for joining us there. We'll be connecting with you throughout the day for more. And our searches are underway in Jharkhand as well, in Bihar and Tamil Nadu, as well as Delhi NCR in the Jharkhand mining scam, the mega scam that covers so many states even as we speak. Well, raids are being conducted and searches are being conducted. Shravan joining us to take us through this breaking development. Shravan, it's at first on Republic. It's over to you.
Well, in fact, we can now confirm that there are two sets of searches that are basically going on. One that is being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate and the second being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. First, let me confirm about what the Enforcement Directorate is doing at this point in time. The searches are basically being carried out in the illegal mining scam, where 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. We are being told in Jharkhand as well as Tamil Nadu, Bihar and in the national capital where these searches are being carried out as far as the illegal mining scam is concerned. With regards to the Central Bureau of Investigation, we are now being told that this is with regards to the land for job scam, in which, remember, our JD leaders, Lalu Prasad Yadav himself and his family members have been named as an accused. In that, we are being told that the searches are basically being carried out in the state of Bihar. That's the latest that's coming in. It's a massive crackdown that we're looking at from the central agencies as we speak. Multiple locations, multiple states where these searches are being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate as well as the Central Bureau of Investigation. Just to put this into perspective, these are two different cases. Both the agencies are looking at separate cases altogether. As far as the illegal mining scam is concerned, in Jharkhand, remember there we are being told that these searches are basically being carried out, keeping in mind that they have got fresh evidence. And as far as CBI is concerned, in the land for job scam, remember they have already arrested. They've made at least one big arrest, that is of Bhola Yadav, a close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, who's been taken into custody by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and thereafter these searches are being carried out.
Well, Shravan, many thanks for speaking and explaining that to us. Even as we speak, raids are being conducted at various locations by state agencies, by the ED, by the CBI, and it's an RJD MLC, and his residence is being raided. And just a few minutes back, Republic caught up with somebody there outside his home. We were connecting with Prakash, who is on this story. Prakash, our special projects editor. And he was telling us about how Lalu's close aide, one of his closest aides, in fact, Sunil Singh.
कौन लोग हैं इसके पीछे? कौन लोग हैं इनके पीछे? कौन है? मामला और कहीं है। इन लोग का विधानसभा का जो मामला है, उसको हर एक जगह जो थ्रेट करते चल रहा है कि एक जगह रेड करें, दो जगह रेड करेंगे, तो डर के मारे आधा विधायक भाग जाएंगे और हम अपना जो करना है कर लेंगे। और क्या मतलब है? सब राजनीतिक है। आज ही का दिन क्यों चुना गया? आज का दिन क्यों चुना? मतलब ये पॉलिटिकल साजिश है। पॉलिटिकल साजिश है क्या? बोलता है कि साइन कीजिए, कागज पर साइन कीजिए। ये क्या पॉलिटिकल साजिश है आज के दिन? और क्या आपके मामला आपको नजर आ रहा है क्या? दूसरा भी मामला है क्या? देखिए सुनील सालों से है, देश की सहकारिता में है, 18 वर्षों से हमारा दरवाजा खुला रहता है। हमारे यहाँ सभी लोग जानते हैं कि कोई आदमी आकर के घूस ला सकता है बगैर के डायरेक्ट करिए आए जाइए। हम सीबीआई से आए, हमने स्वागत किया, आइए आपको जो चाहिए हम देने के लिए तैयार हैं। आप किसी से बात किया है सर? सुनील सिंह अपने बालकनी में खड़े हैं और लड़ाई कर रहे हैं।
And so the heat is on one of Lalu Prasad Yadav's closest aide in Patna. Those are visuals we're getting you first on Republic. The CBI raid, as far as we know, the details, the CBI raids are on the are being conducted against RJD MLC Sunil Singh. For all the details and the updates on this major breaking story, we go across to Shravan Sen. Shravan, it's over to you. So the heat is on, so CBI raids now in Patna, and well, Republic there first on that story. Breaking news coming in from Patna as CBI is now raiding the home of RJD MLC and Lalu Prasad Yadav's closest aide, Sunil Singh. As Prakash was telling us, we have to find out, well, what exactly the cases in which he is involved are. And but even as we speak, raids are underway. This is a mega breaking story from Patna this morning. Lalu Prasad Yadav's closest aide, Sunil Singh, the RJD MLC being raided. And it's mega action by the ED and the CBI. Even as raids are being conducted in the Jharkhand mining scam across many locations, 17 locations here in Patna, as we are showing you in those visuals. Well, the heat is on Lalu's closest aide, Sunil Singh. But for all the updates and details, it's over to Shravan Sen. Shravan, it's over to you. Well, we're trying to get connected with Shavan Sen. Let me tell you once again, recap of the main events since the news broke just a few minutes back. The heat is on Lalu Prasad Yadav's close aide Sunil Singh, RJD MLC, and even as in the Jharkhand mining scam, as Shavan was telling us a short while back, raids are being conducted across nearly 17 locations. And we're breaking the news here on Republic. Mega ED raids being conducted in the premises of Sunil Singh. Shavan, it's over to you for all the updates and the details of this particular raid, of this particular case.
Well, in fact, first on Republic, a confirmation now coming in. Two separate cases where the searches are being carried out. One is the land for jobs scam. This is a case which is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. And the other where the searches are being carried out is in the case of illegal mining, the Jharkhand illegal mining case, which is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate. As far as the land for jobs scam is concerned, as of now, the details that we have, the searches are basically being carried out at a close aid of Lalu Prasad Yadav. In fact, Lalu Prasad Yadav himself, along with his family members, have been named as an accused in the land for jobs scam. These searches are being carried out in Bihar. As of now, we do not have a confirmation of how many locations where the CBI carrying out the searches, but what we can also confirm is the fact that these searches are related to Lalu Prasad Yadav himself and the party. The allegations essentially being that when Lalu Prasad
हमारे नेताओं की रेड कर रहे हैं, किस बात की भाई, किस बात की खुन्नस है कि एक सरकार आपके अनुरूप नहीं चल पाई, उसने जन सरोकार के लिए गठबंधन बदल लिया, इसका है, इसकी खुन्नस है। पॉलिटिकली लड़िए ना, लेकिन आपने जिस प्रकार से हमारे नेताओं, अलग अलग नेताओं, हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए लोगों पर जो किया ना 26 वर्षों से हम देख रहे हैं। डिप्टी सीएम लगातार ये बात कह रहे हैं, आप एक ऐसा माहौल पैदा कर रहे हैं ना, आपने इन संस्थाओं के चरित्र को तहस नहस कर दिया। अब जो कहते थे ना चाल चरित्र चेहरा, अब उसके नतीजे में देखिएगा कि एक दिन वो भी आएगा जब आप नहीं होंगे, आप भी इसकी जद में आएंगे। कौन सा ये पॉलिटिकल लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं, वो तो अफसोस की बात है। मैं समझता हूं कि दिल्ली से लेकर महाराष्ट्र और फिर बिहार, आपके पास स्क्रिप्ट वही है कि पॉलिटिकली नहीं लड़ पाएंगे। ये संगठन जो आपके हाथ के तोते हैं, इनको इनकी छत पे पहुंचा, लेकिन ये बिहार है, बिहार अपने तरीके से लेगा बदला।
आज बिहार विधानसभा में फ्लोर टेस्ट भी होना था,
ये मैं यही कह रहा हूं कि देखिए इन लोगों की पॉलिटिकल समझ। आज बिहार विधानसभा में फ्लोर टेस्ट कितना महत्वपूर्ण दिन है बिहार के लिए, और आज का दिन चुना इन्होंने किसके लिए? डराने के लिए। अरे बार बार तेजस्वी जी एक बात कहते हैं, बिहारी हैं, टिकाऊ हैं, बिकाऊ नहीं है, डरेंगे भी नहीं। तय करिए, मुश्किल ना हो जाए, कहीं ऐसा ना हो जाए कि ये जो आपके संगठन है, जिसको मैं तो बार बार कहता हूँ, अब इनको बेकार आप लोग भी CBI, ED, IT कहते हैं, ED VD मत बोलिए, बोलिए भाजपा का एक संगठन फलाना, भाजपा का दूसरा संगठन चिलाना, भाजपा का तीसरा संगठन ढिमकाना। ये इनके चरित्र की हकीकत है। लेकिन मैं दोहरा रहा हूं, ये बिहार है, ये इस तरह के छापे आपको एक अच्छी नसीहत दे के जाएंगे ताकि आगे आप ऐसा ना करें।
So, CBI mega action by state agencies, ED and the CBI since this morning. In separate cases, the CBI conducting searches at the premises of Sunil Singh, very close aide, one of the closest aides of Lalu Prasad Yadav in the land for jobs scam, even as the stage is set for a floor test in the assembly today. And it's time now for a short break, but we'll be keeping track of all the events, so stay with us.
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
There you can see a large number of Congress workers are being detained. They're outside the Congress headquarters. There's a large number of protest workers who are being denied over here. They are saying that they will fight till the very end.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
मनीष जी को कहा गया कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाइए, आपको मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाएंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार गिरानी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर दूसरी बार हमने फेल किया।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की?
You're watching the Morning Express on Republic, and what we are reporting right now this morning is mega action being undertaken by central agencies, the ED and the CBI in various camps. In fact, separate cases being probed and mega raids being reported. One of the raids is here that Republic is showing you those visuals. One of the raids that is currently underway at the home of Lalu Yadav's very close associate and RJD MLC, Sunil Singh, in the Land for Jobs scam. And just a short while back, we had heard that reaction coming in from other leaders of the RJD, saying that, well, as usual, crying foul, and saying that on such an important day when there's likely to be a floor test in Bihar, well, these raids are being conducted as action in order to deter, well, those who are going to undertake that floor test. So, close aid of Lalu Yadav, Sunil Singh, being raided in the Land for Jobs scam. Simultaneously, searches are also underway in Jharkhand, Bihar, Tamil Nadu and Delhi NCR in the Jharkhand mining scam. But right now, these are visuals from Sunil Singh's residence. Shavan, it's over to you for all the updates for what these raids really mean.
Well, in fact, as the searches are concerned, what is important to point out here, starting with, as I was explaining, with regards to the CBI at the Land for Jobs scam, in which directly you have former Chief Minister as well as Union Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav along with family members as an accused. Now, as of now, we're being told that a close associate of Lalu Prasad Yadav is basically under the scanner. Important to point out here is the fact that Bhola Yadav, who's worked as a personal secretary of Lalu Prasad Yadav, has also been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Important to point out here is the fact that Bhola Yadav is the man who was basically dealing with all the candidates. The allegation here being that when Lalu Prasad Yadav was a union minister, he had essentially promised jobs to those undeserving candidates in return for land. In fact, the details of the land we are being told was with regards to lands that have basically come under the scanner. These are in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. So just in simple words, an undeserving candidate manages to get a job in the railway department in exchange for land, and the land would have been given as a gift to the family members of Lalu Prasad Yadav. In fact, there are several of these candidates whose statements have already been recorded by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Based on that, there were arrests that were made. Bhola Yadav happens to be one of the conduits who's been arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation. As of now, we've been told that there are more number of people who have basically come under the scan, and that is the reason why searches are now being carried out in Patna. However, having said that, CBI is yet to divulge any information with regards to whether at all there are more places where these searches are being carried out. Simultaneously, as we speak right now, what we are also looking at is another set of searches being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, we can now confirm 17 locations where these searches are basically being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal mining scam. Important to point out here is that here too, the Jharkhand Chief Minister's close aide Pankaj Mishra has already been taken into custody by the Enforcement Directorate. Thereafter, there have been several other arrests that have been made. Don Bachu Yadav has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the illegal mining scam. Now, in the illegal mining scam, the allegation essentially being that these leases were basically given to close associates of the Chief Minister. And thereafter, there was a monopoly that was created, and more importantly, they started threatening others and carried out illegal mining in Sahibganj district of Jharkhand and various other places also. As of now, we can confirm that 17 locations where these searches are being
Many
carried
crucial details there, Shavan, but we'll have to be coming back to get them from you. Stay with us. Meanwhile, it's time for a short break. We're talking here about the mega action that broke this morning on the part of the CBI as well as the ED in separate cases involving top leaders in Bihar and in the other states as well. Many raids being conducted. All the details coming up in a short while. Stay tuned.
Now, much as the AAP tries to, the liquor scam isn't going away. It's not going to go away. Yesterday, the AAP spokesperson tried to deflect. So tonight, I am back. And I'm back on public demand, on your demand, with some really specific questions to the AAP on the liquor scam, on Liquor Gate. And I will try my very best to extract an answer. And I think the AAP should answer my specific questions because Kejriwal entered public life on the back of the anger against corruption in the country in 2010-11. And at that time, I was leading the exposés on corruption in the UPA. And in fact, at that time, Kejriwal lauded and kept quoting details of my exposés, my specific questions. So tonight, his representatives must answer the specific questions I ask, not dodge and not deflect. Corruption is a big issue. It burns the hearts of the people of this country to see the financial mafia, the political mafia, and the liquor mafia loot at the expense of the Aam Aadmi. You can give people all the freebies you want, but the questions on the liquor mafia are not going away. And viewers, if India's only and only independent and independently owned news network does not ask these questions, then who will? That's why this edition of the Liquorgate debate with my specific questions is very significant. And I hope that you will participate by telling me whether you're convinced or not using any interactive tool that is next to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back and let's debate.
These were the visuals of the quarter guard ceremony here at Mechuka unit, the 13th Grenadiers.
We keep our boys extremely fit and motivated with the different levels of training in our battalion.
Welfare and defense of country comes always first.
Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We're going straight across to the raids that are being conducted at two locations. One, of course, is the RJD Rajya Sabha MP Ashfaq Karim's residence. Raids are also currently on at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. Now, even as this takes place, simultaneous searches are underway in Jharkhand, Bihar, Tamil Nadu and Delhi NCR in the Jharkhand mining scam. So, central agencies are carrying out multiple raids in various locations. Now, do remember that the raids at the RJD Rajya Sabha MP Ashfaq Karim as well as Lalu Prasad Yadav's close aide Sunil Singh's residence come on the very day that the Bihar Assembly in the new government over there will be proving its majority. Now, even as these searches are being carried out, there are raids also being reported at various other locations. Now, this, of course, is in connection with the Jharkhand mining scam. Searches are currently underway in various places in Jharkhand, Bihar, Tamil Nadu and Delhi NCR. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to bring us more details on what's really taking place. But pictures on your screen are, I think, coming to you from Patna. These are raids that are being carried out at those two senior RJD leaders' residences. Prakash Singh is joining us right now. Prakash, good morning. It's looking like a hectic day. We've got these simultaneous raids on, as well as the fact that, of course, it's coming on a very crucial day when the new government essentially proves its majority.
Well, it's very critical as far as these raids are concerned, and we were apprehending this to happen. I'll ask my camera person to pan this visual. This is Nutan's apartment, the residence of RJD leader and treasurer of the RJD, Sunil Singh. It's being raided here, and there you can see the security forces deployed there. And this is not only one person's house that is being raided. Not only Sunil Singh, but RJD Rajya Sabha MP Ashfaq Karim, as well as Subodh Rai, the former MLC of the RJD's residence is also being raided. So there are multiple raids that has been happening, and this is in the context of the money trail what the CBI and the ED is looking at. And as far as Ashfaq Karim is concerned, he's been the Rajya Sabha member. Pan Kijiya. As far as Ashfaq Karim is concerned, he is the Rajya Sabha member. From the RJD quota. He runs a medical college, and one understands how medical college honors gets into Rajya Sabha. So the ED is looking at all these money trails and different other aspects, as well as Subodh Rai, who is also a businessman. He's been an RJD MLC, and that angle is also being looked at, whether is there any money trail or not. And Sunil Singh has been a close confidant of Lalu Yadav for a long time. He's been very close to the family. Even Rabri Devi ties Rakhi to him, considers him as a brother. And he's been the chairman of Bisco Man, the agriculture unit of the Bihar government, for around 22 years. He's been on the board of the NEFED as well as the treasurer, very close to Tejasvi as well as Rabri, where people say that he manages all the finances of the RJD. So that aspect is being looked into. Earlier we had sound bites of Sunil Singh, who said that who said that the ED will not be able to recover anything from his residence, and his wife was also saying that if at all nothing is recovered from his residence, then she will file a defamation suit against the concerned person. Now, this particular raid coming in at a very crucial juncture when the trust vote is set to be held in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. Nitish Kumar will move the motion of the floor test in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. So it's very crucial, and it's a high voltage drama that is going to be unfolded in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha today, with the speaker Vijay Sinha, who is from the BJP, refusing to resign despite there's been a no confidence motion moved against him in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, and there is a likely face off that may happen between Vijay Sinha and the Deputy Speaker Maheshwar Hajari, because there has been a convention and a rule that if at all there is a no confidence motion against the Speaker, then the Deputy Speaker of the House chairs, and the Speaker is hell bent on sitting on the chair of the chair of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha today, and we are joined by Maheshwar Singh. महेश्वर जी, तो क्या रेड क्यों हो रहा है, आपको क्या लगता है?
कल जो आशंका हम लोग व्यक्त किए थे कि यहाँ जमवाड़ा हो रहा है CBI ED का, और आज फ्लोर टेस्ट है, महत्वपूर्ण नेताओं को हड़का दें कि विधायक लोग डर के हट जाए और उनका अध्यक्ष रह जाए।
सुनील सिंह के यहाँ, अशफाक करीम के यहाँ, सुबोध राय, 3 आदमी के यहाँ रेड हो रहा है, तो आपको क्या लगता है कि क्यों रेड हो रहा है?
रेड हम कह नहीं रहे हैं कि यह बदनाम करने के लिए और फ्लोर टेस्ट है आज, उसमें हड़काने के लिए कि
टेस्ट में तो नंबर है आपके पास, तो नंबर में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, तो क्या ये ट्रेजरर हैं पार्टी के, लालू जी के काफी करीबी हैं,
लेकिन सहकारिता जगत के नेता हैं, साफ सुथरे लोग हैं, इन पर आज तक तो कोई उंगली नहीं उठा सका, इतने वर्षों से है, कोई सरकार इनको डिगा नहीं सकी है, तो मजबूत स्तंभ है, इनको तोड़ दिया जाए, इनको कमजोर कर दिया जाए, बदनाम कर दिया जाए, इसके लिए काम हो रहा है।
Today we have Maheshwar Singh, who is an independent MLC, clearly saying that it's an effort to fix RJD, and that's what we get to know. And
All right. So as Prakash is pointing out, of course, the RJD, of course, they're saying that this appears to be
आपको कोई जानकारी मिली थी यहाँ छापेमारी की?
1 घंटे पहले मिली है।
अभी मिली है?
ये छापेमारी चल रही है यहाँ।
किसकी छापेमारी है?
इसको अभी सर बताए हम लोग को।
CBI की टीम आई है। CBI की टीम। आप लोग को कब मिली थी खबर?
बस आधे घंटे पहले मिली थी।
लॉ एंड ऑर्डर के लिए आए हैं, भीड़ भाड़ या फिर आपको गैर सरकारी?
वरीय बोले हैं, वरीय अधिकारी बोले हैं।
वरीय अधिकारियों ने क्या कहा?
वहाँ छापेमारी चल रही है जी।
व्यवस्था देखिए।
अच्छा, तो CBI या ED कुछ पता चला है?
CBI बोले हैं।
CBI आ गई है। किस मामले में है?
पता नहीं, वो जानकारी नहीं। नो सर।
आपको क्या कहा गया, क्या कर रहे हैं?
वहाँ पे विधि व्यवस्था के लिए बोला है।
यानी कि बिहार पुलिस को भी नहीं पता था कि क्या छापे? आप लोग को आइडिया नहीं था कि कौन? संजीव जी ये कौन एजेंसी है, ये तो पता होगा।
The Bihar police officials have reached here on the spot. Officials have reached here on the spot. They say that it's a CBI raid, and raids are being conducted. So that's what we get to know as of now. And the Bihar police team has reached here on the spot to control the law and order situation here outside Sunil Singh's residence. So this is a big breaking news, big breaking development that RJD treasurer and MLC as well as chairman of the Bisco Man Sunil Singh's house raided by the CBI, and at a very crucial juncture when the Bihar government is all set for a floor test in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, and there is a likely face-off that has to be happen between the speaker Vijay Sinha, who is from the BJP, who is refusing to resign, and between Maheshwar Hajari, the deputy speaker. The ruling government is set to back तो आप लोग का बहुत गलत है, ये बहुत गलत।
हम यहाँ सहकारिता जगत के सुनील बाबू शिरोमणि हैं, हम किसान मजदूर, इन्हीं के सहकारिता जगत से हम लोग का आय प्राप्त होता है और उसी आय से हम लोग को जीविका करती है। बिहार में कोई रोजगार नहीं मिला और कविता जगत से हम लोग जीते हैं। हम लोग यहाँ गांधीवादी हैं, चंपारण के धरती से आए हुए हैं।
क्या
क्यों बैठ गए?
जमीन पर बैठे हुए हैं कि हमारे जो सर है कोऑपरेटिव के नेता हैं, हम लोग भी कोऑपरेटिव से जुड़े हुए लोग हैं, हम लोग जमीन से जुड़ने वाले लोग हैं। अभी कोऑपरेटिव के हमारे 20,000 कार्यकर्ता जो है हमारे कोऑपरेटिव संस्था से जुड़े हुए सब लोग यहाँ पहुँचेंगे। हम लोग कोऑपरेटिव से किसानों की भला करने वाले लोग हैं, मछली पालन हो चाहे कोई भी हो, कोऑपरेटिव सेक्टर से जुड़ा हुआ वो सब लोग हम लोग मिल के करते हैं। ये चीज के लिए सुनील बाबू एकदम स्वच्छ छवि के लोग हैं, लेकिन इस चीज को लेकर माननीय बीजेपी पार्टी जो लोग हैं, वो जो विजय कुमार सिन्हा जो अध्यक्ष पद से इस्तीफा नहीं दिए हैं, विधानसभा में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव जो लग रहा है, उसी कारण आज बिहार में जहां भी देख रहे होंगे उसी के कारण है, दूसरा कुछ नहीं है। सब उसी के कारण डरा धमका के कि टाइम तक ले ये सब हो, उसके बाद हम लोग अपना सुरक्षित हो जाए।
वीडियो भेज दीजिए मोबाइल पर।
All right, so Prakash Singh over there bringing us those details of what's taking place. There are people from the RJD who are beginning to gather outside the residence of the RJD treasurer's home. Of course, what we are also seeing is the RJD and the JDU come out and say that this is vendetta politics that is being practiced by the centre. We were speaking, of course, to several of those RJD leaders who made it extremely clear that they see this as vendetta politics coming as it does on the day of the new government essentially proving its majority in the House. I'm going to go back across to Prakash Singh on this one. Prakash, you know, the CBI, of course, is conducting these raids in the land for jobs scam. That's what we are learning. We are also learning right now, as you were pointing out, that perhaps there could be more investigations in the land for job scam.
Well, the land for job scam is an open and shut case. That's what we have been hearing since 5 years. But there's been no, as far as trial is concerned, it's not been expedited as yet. One doesn't know the reason, because the CBI conducts raid, it doesn't expedite the cases, maybe for political reasons, maybe for back channel negotiations. That's how it has been happening in the recent past. That's what we get to know. And but maybe now with the change of government, it may be expedited. But it's an open and shut case, and there are enough evidence against Lalu Yadav, Rabdi Devi, Tejasvi Yadav as well, signing on one of the checks that the CBI had recovered. We had reported on a larger scale in 2017 on the land for job scam. Republic TV had unearthed many papers, documents, and that led to the fall of the Mahagathbandhan government then. But yes, land for job scam is also one of the reasons. The reason is Sunil Singh's alliance with close alliance with RJD chief Lalu Yadav and Rabdi Devi, Tejasvi Yadav. He's the treasurer of the party, as well as Asfaq Karim, who is a RJD Rajya Sabha member. He runs a medical college. Third is Subodh Rai, a former MLC of the RJD who lost the elections, but he also has his business. So all these raids are being conducted, and we have been apprehending all this for quite some time, that something big might happen in Bihar, and this is just the beginning, I suppose. Many right. Skeletons are yet to be unearthed as far as this high voltage political drama in Bihar is concerned, because Bihar is a very critical state in the run up to the 2024 elections.
All right, Prakash, do stay with us. In fact, we are now going to play out a visual of what really happened when these raids began.
और ये लोग एक हमको कागज प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, तलाशी ले। हम बोले कि भाई पहले बैठिए आपस ठीक से, तो नहीं आप
ये देखते ना, ये देखते ना। अच्छा,
दस्तखत कैसे कर दे भाई? पहले आप बताइए क्या क्या है नहीं है, और हमारा कोई आदमी नहीं है। आप अगर नहीं आप बोले अंदर आ जाएंगे, चमक समझ लीजिए, ऐसे किस्म कर देंगे अंदर, हमारा कोई आदमी सर बोलिए सर, क्यों आ जाएंगे अंदर? उसके अंदर नहीं आएंगे क्या? वो बेटा है और हमारी वाइफ है, किसी आदमी हम देखेंगे ना, बुलाएंगे ना,
यार पुलिस को बुलाइए, उसके साथ कराइए, उसके सामने कराइए,
थाना को खबर करना चाहिए।
आपको लग रहा है कि
जानबूझ के 100% जानबूझ करके, कोई मतलब नहीं है इसका। कौन नहीं जानता है भाई हमारे बारे में? चोरी चमारी करते हैं क्या?
आपके ऊपर क्या आरोप लगा रहे हैं ये लोग? क्या मिलेगा?
घर में ये लोग हैं, हम बाहर हैं।
आपके पास क्या क्या रखे हैं?
अभी सामने में ना है, सब लोग रहिएगा ना, देखिएगा कि क्या यहाँ निकल।
कौन लोग हैं? कौन लोग हैं इसके पीछे? कौन लोग हैं इसके पीछे? कौन
है? मामला और कहीं है। इन लोग का विधानसभा का जो मामला है, उसको हर एक जगह लोग थ्रेट करते चल रहा है कि एक जगह रेड करें, 2 जगह रेड करेंगे, तो डर के मारे आधा विधायक भाग जाएंगे और हम अपना जो करना है कर लेंगे। और क्या मतलब है, सब राजनीतिक है। आज ही का दिन क्यों चुना गया, आज का दिन क्यों चुना?
मतलब ये पॉलिटिकल साजिश है, पॉलिटिकल साजिश है क्या?
बोलता है कि साइन कीजिए, कागज पर साइन कीजिए।
ये क्या पॉलिटिकल साजिश है आज के दिन?
और क्या मामला आपको नजर आ रहा है क्या? दूसरा भी मामला है क्या?
जैसे सुनील
देश सहकारिता में है, 18 वर्षों से हमारा दरवाजा खुला रहता है। हमारे यहाँ सभी लोग जानते हैं कि कोई आदमी आकर के घूस ला सकता है बगैर डायरेक्ट चलिए आए जाइए। हम CBI से आए, हमने स्वागत किया, आइए आपको जो चाहिए हम देने के लिए तैयार हैं।
First response that we got from Sunil Singh, of course. Let me go back on the ground across to Prakash, who's breaking down the story for us. Prakash, this also comes in the backdrop of a face-off of sorts that we've seen between the BJP and the JDU over the Bihar Speaker Vijay Kumar Sinha. Now, there were reports that seem to suggest that he's going to be presiding over the motion that takes place today over the trust vote. What are you hearing on that?
Well, as far as the trust vote is concerned, that will happen at 11 a.m. this morning. And what we got to know yesterday, that there's going to be a face-off and maybe some arm twisting, a scuffle in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha today. And that is also going to be power-packed throughout the day because Vijay Sinha, the Speaker of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, is not willing to resign. And as far as the agendas are concerned in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, number one on the agenda is the Speaker's address. That is going to be high voltage again because he will speak his mind against Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar because he was also one of the reasons for the fall of this government. And second would be the no confidence motion against the speaker. And then the RJD as well as the Mahagathbandhan leaders would stand in the house and the quorum has to be 38 members. And thereafter, he will not be allowed to speak and he will have to sit as a member in the house and thereafter the deputy speaker will chair the meeting. And of course, the numbers are in favor of Mahagathbandhan. He will be removed from the post of his speaker. But then there will be speeches made by members of the House. So everything happening here in Bihar and these raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence here in Patna. And we also get to know that there are three other leaders, Asfaq Karim, who runs a medical college as well as he's a Rajya Sabha member. Second is Fayaz Ahmad, who has been recently nominated to the Rajya Sabha. And he also runs a medical college. And third is Subodh Rai, MLC, or former MLC of the RJD. He's also a businessman. So every leader having some association with business is being raided. And one understands in politics that how business people gets into Rajya Sabha or MLC. We do not need to divulge all those details, because transactions do happen and the CBI as well as the investigating agencies is looking at all those angles as to how they got into the Rajya Sabha, what kind of money trail was done, and the way the medical colleges are being run. And Sunil Singh has been the treasurer of RJD for quite some time. And he's been the closest confidant of Lalu Yadav even in his bad days. Even in 2010 when RJD was relegated to 22 MLAs in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, then also Sunil Singh remained with Lalu. And he was made the MLC recently last year. And he was also in the contention of becoming a minister, but he's been with the family for quite some time. They belong to the same belt, and we get to know that he's been managing his finances as well. That's what the allegations are. And everybody has been apprehending all this to happen ahead of the trust vote. But yes, raids are being conducted. And RJD in deep trouble now.
Right.
They need to do all the explanations.
Absolutely. Prakash, as you're pointing out, these raids did come as a bit of a surprise, did they not? Because, the police over there that you were speaking to seemed to suggest that they had no idea that this was going to happen and that the CBI team was going to conduct raids at these 3 homes. You were earlier, of course, explaining to us how close Sunil Singh is seen to be to Lalu Prasad Yadav. So in that sense, is this being seen as a message being sent?
Well, yes, it's a message and a political message that if you trouble us, we will trouble you, and every politician has some gray areas, because we all understand in the system how politics is done and what kind of money transactions do take place. So if you uncover any politician, then this is bound to happen. And Sunil Singh is not an exception. So time and again there's been demand for state funding, and therein lies the catch. So, we will not go into all those details, but RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence is being raided, and the RJD leaders as well as the JDU has been apprehending this. Even JDU leaders have been saying it on record for quite some time that we are not scared of the ED and the CBI. And Sunil Singh earlier in the morning from his terrace clearly stated the fact that the CBI or the ED team will not be able to recover anything from his residence. That's what he has been saying, and his wife was also categorically saying that she will file a defamation case if they do not recover anything. So even every political leader was saying this, they were provoking the central government, and there you are. The CBI raid takes place. Maybe they may unearth something, for sure, because as I said, every politician do have some grey areas,
right.
And Sunil Singh, since he has been very close to Lalu, he's been managing the funds, he's been the treasurer of the RJD, chairman of the Viscoman, and everybody in Patna or Bihar knows that how close he is to Lalu and Rabdi.
Right now, Prakash, also can you give us more details of this land for jobs scam? Now, this is something that the CBI has been investigating for a while. You yourself have carried out an investigation for Republic TV into this scam. Now, take our viewers through the details of that as well, please.
Recently, there were raids conducted at various places, and Bhola Yadav, again one of the closest confidant of Lalu Yadav, who was one of the signatories on various gifts of land. Various gifts that the lands were gifted to Lalu Yadav's family members, including his sons.
All right,
and
Prakash,
wife.
I'm going to have to interrupt you there. Do stay with us. Joining us on the phone line is Manish Barrier. He's the JDU leader on the phone. And Prakash, you can also join in with this conversation that we're having with him. Mr. Barrier, good morning. Thank you for speaking to us on Republic. To begin with, how do you see these raids coming as they do on the day that the floor test is to take place in the Bihar Assembly?
First, I would like to correct you. I'm no more with JDU. I resigned from JDU, 2 weeks back. But as far as the question is concerned, I think, it is just the law taking its own course. If someone who is indulged in corruption or any other activity, CBI has to, file a charge sheet. CBI has to really raid. So I don't see any connection between what's going to happen in the Assembly today and what the raids are like that. So you can take these raids as a raid against, corruption at high level as it happens in any part of the country. So I don't see it being related as such.
But the RJD, of course, at this point in time is saying that the timing of this is suspect. They say that we knew that something like this was happening, was going to happen. And the JDU also has said that they believe that this is political vendetta. But the other side of the story also, Mr. Barrier, is the fact that this is a case that is being investigated by the CBI for a while now.
Absolutely. And, it is just coincidental. My point is that why do you have corrupt people in your party? Don't give them a chance. Right? CBI cannot raid in isolation. CBI cannot raid in vacuum. Only if some case is there is when these kind of raids happen. And it is yet to be seen as to what is the logical conclusion of these raids. But let's take up, if something incriminating comes out, then what kind of, locus standi for JDU and RJD would be there? So I don't think, the entire opposition talking about that this raid is actually politically motivated is something which is baseless. Because, and I must tell you that there are more raids are going to come, right? Because Bihar has been sitting on that powder keg for a long period of time now. And, informally people have been aware of a lot of misappropriation of funds over a period of time. So you wait and see, you will see more raids now.
All right, Mr. Barrier, appreciate your speaking to us on Republic TV. Thank you very much for joining us. So raids simultaneously be conducted at 3 RJD leaders' residences in Patna. The RJD, of course, calls this political vendetta. But as Mr. Barrier was saying, there is no smoke without fire. That's the official explanation that we are getting for these raids. The land for job scam has been investigated for the CBI for quite some time now. And we are cutting across to very interesting visuals that we are getting of the trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket that are going on at the Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and multiple successful test firings that have been carried out during these steps. Now, developed by the DRDO, the rockets are produced by a private sector firm.
Fire!
Going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
मनीष जी को कहा गया कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाइए, आपको मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाएंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार गिरानी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर दूसरी बार हमने फेल किया।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की?
These were the visuals of the quarter guard ceremony here at Mechuka unit, the 13th Grenadiers.
We keep our boys extremely fit and motivated with the different levels of training in our battalion.
Welfare and defense of country comes always first.
Indian Army never leaves behind any one of them. When the Operation Meghdut started, there were several of the soldiers which went missing in action because of the avalanche. 38 years later, during a patrol party at Ashankar Top, they essentially came across the mortal remains of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar of 19 Kumaon.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to
जमीन के बदले नौकरी का मामला है। आपके पिताजी से कुछ तो सवाल हो रहा है। अच्छा, डॉक्यूमेंट
हाँ, चलो आओ जाओ। So there you have Sunil Singh's son, Tejasvi. His name is also Tejasvi. He says that 8 people are inside the residence of life. 8 people are inside the residence. The CBI is raiding, and there you see. Udhar dekho. Aao, Jay sir.
ये कौन स्टाफ है? मामला क्या बताया जा रहा है?
मामला क्या बताया जा रहा है?
कोई अभी ऐसा इनके पास मामला भी नहीं है, इतनी परेशानी है, क्योंकि करीबी हैं आप, समझ किसी करीबी है तो मारना है कि आपका भी नाम सस्पेक्शन में आ गया है।
किस मामले में हो रहा है?
क्या पूछा जा रहा है?
किस मामले में?
अरे
कन्फेशन किस मामले में? कन्फेशन किस मामले में कर?
कि आप उनको ये बोलना है कि आपका भी नाम सूची में आया है कि क्या पूरी करीबी है, तो हम आगे कर रहे हैं, बस ये मेरा किस सूची में? किस सूची में?
अरे
करीबी प्रकाश आप भी इनके करीबी हैं, तो आपका नाम ऊपर से लिस्ट में जिनसे लोगों को आया, सब जगह रेट चल रहा है, जो लालू जी करीबी हैं, बस इनका यही मामला है।
सीबीआई ने कहा कि लालू के करीबी हैं।
यही मामला है। पापा क्या करते हैं?
जमीन के बदले नौकरी को लेकर पूछताछ हो रही है क्या? जमीन के बदले नौकरी
कुछ नहीं, वो सब बेकार बात।
अच्छा, कोई डॉक्यूमेंट है जिसपे साइन करने को बोला है?
देख रही कौन सा डॉक्यूमेंट था ना, हिसाब किताब का बहुत हिसाब किताब होता है, जो उसी का वो देख रहा अच्छा चाहिए।
अच्छा, कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि आरजेडी में कोषाध्यक्ष बनाया गया इसीलिए रिलेट कर
पार्टी के ट्रेजर के नाते?
बस रिलेट कर रहे हैं कि लालू जी
देखिए गेट खुला, एक और व्यक्ति दिखाई दे रहे हैं। हाँ, क्या वो सीबीआई के आदमी है? अच्छा, देखिए बात हो रही थी लेकिन
So there we have Sunil Singh's son, Tejasvi, alleging that the CBI is saying that just because you are Lalu Yadav's close confidant, that is why your house is being raided. And he also went on to say that everybody knows why the house is being raided. So I'm joined by a young Congress leader, Jayesh Singh. Jayesh, how do you see these raids that is happening here in Patna?
This is extremely sad because people who are working, I mean, Sunil Singh is well known as called as a god of farmers, because jo urea which we get for 265 rupees for the farmers, it's one of the blessing that he gives. Right now, I believe the country is facing Hitler Shahi. जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं, people who are working, people who are in opposition, this is the major skill used by the present government to harass, to just break the confidence of the leaders in the opposition. So it's extremely sad. We all are here because we all are supportive. He is the voice of the farmers.
Lekin Jayesh, the raids being conducted at Rajya Sabha MP Ashfaq Karim, Fayaz Ahmad, Subodh Rai. We all know that how people get into Rajya Sabha. Money trail do happen. So maybe it might be in that connection, it might be in land for jobs connection as well, because Sunil Singh has been a very close confidant of Lalu Yadav. So has been the other 3 politicians.
Very true. But what I know about Sunil ji, because he's like a family to me, what effect, what attention he takes to the farmers, what attention he takes to the normal values to the public. He is renowned to be a man of ground, and I personally can say that this is all because of the harassment. He is one of the members who is very close to Lalu Prasad Yadav's family, and just to harass to the government, this all propaganda and Hitler Shahi has been taken on the ground.
So there you have a young Congress leader. We all heard what Sunil Singh's son Tejasvi was saying from the balcony, and one of the CBI officers took him again back to the room because he was saying that the CBI is conducting raids because we have been given a list and you are close to Lalu family, that is why your house is being raided. So it's allegations and counter allegations here. So here we see that the raids are being conducted at Sunil Singh's residence here in Patna. So are the raids being conducted at Ashfaq Karim, the Rajya Sabha member of the RJD, as well as Fayaz Ahmad, the Rajya Sabha member of RJD, who's been recently nominated. Both this Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmad, I repeat, they run medical colleges. They have been recently nominated to the Rajya Sabha. Subodh Rai, a former MLC, of the RJD, and he's also a businessman. So these raids are being conducted at a very crucial point where the Bihar government is all set for floor test today, and there is likely to be a face-off between the speaker and the deputy speaker in the house, and as well as the ruling party and the opposition party, because there are 164 members in the Mahagathbandhan, and it is likely that Speaker Vijay Sinha will be removed from the post of the speaker. He belongs to the BJP. Before that, there will be political speeches in the house. So all this is being done maybe in that correction. That's what the RJD is alleging. We expect some more drama to unfold in Bihar in the days to come. This is just the beginning, and it's just the tip of the iceberg. The investigative agencies may recover something from these residences and the raids that are being conducted. But as far as the land for jobs scams are concerned, there were land transferred in Lalu's kith and kin, and the CBI and the ED have evidences against all the family members, and one of the key witnesses is being Bhola Yadav, who was the witness, and he has been jailed recently he was arrested by the CBI, and more escalators are to be uncovered in this particular case. Back to you.
I saw that 2 days before, two of the ministers lost their portfolio. Revenue and PWD minister lost their portfolio.
वाली है तो सीबीआई ईडी से शक्ति परीक्षण करवा रहे हैं, विधायकों की संख्या नहीं, लेकिन बिहार में कुचक्र रचा जा रहा है। ये लोकतंत्र की भूमि है। सीबीआई ईडी जैसी दर्जनों सैकड़ों संस्थाओं को ले आओगे, लेकिन दुनिया में कोई माई का लाल पैदा नहीं लिया है जो बिहार में विधायकों को, जो महागठबंधन का सरकार बना है, उस पर कोई दबाव बना सके। इसलिए भ्रम में मत रहिए, जनता सब कुछ देख रही है।
So, well, it's the land for jobs scam and action by central agencies since this morning. 3 RJD netas under the scanner. Crackdown in Patna. News breaking here on Republic. And prominent RJD leaders under the scanner in the land for jobs scam. Among them is MP Fayaz Ahmed Ashfaq Karim and Sunil Singh, and Prakash, our senior editor, special projects, joining us from Patna for all the latest on this. Prakash, it's over to you. What's happening there? Even as we speak, a mega crackdown on corruption in Bihar in the land for jobs scam.
Well, yes, it was expected. It was expected. This is nothing surprising. We were all apprehending this for quite some time. And I'm surprised there were a few other names also that the CBI has missed out on. So maybe in future those houses would be raided. It has become quite predictable, I can say now. But as far as the political drama is concerned, here in Bihar, ahead of the floor test, CBI is conducting raids at various places across Bihar and Jharkhand, and most prominently being the RJD leaders' residence in Patna. Those includes the Sunil Singh, who is the RJD MLC, as well as the treasurer of the RJD, and a very close confidant of Lalu Yadav. And a moment back, we also heard from Tejasvi, the son of Sunil Singh, saying that the CBI has come with a notebook, and they say that the house is being raided just because you are in that list of people whose house is to be raided, and because you are close to Lalu Yadav. But of course, the CBI would be having some reason to raid the house of Sunil Singh, maybe because of the land for job scam, or maybe because of some illegal transactions that have taken place, because in politics there are all kinds of back channel deals that do happen between politicians and other people. So we'll get to know the details later on, but it may be because we are assuming that it may be because for land for job scam, it may be because of the illegal transactions, maybe Sunil Singh would have done some transaction at the behest of Lalu Yadav and the family members. Now that Tejasvi is in the saddle during the course of the elections, then Asfaq Karim's house is being raided. Asfaq Karim is a Rajya Sabha MP and he runs a medical college. Maybe the transactions of how he got into the Rajya Sabha would be investigated upon, as well as Fayaz Ahmad, the Rajya Sabha MP who's been recently nominated to the Rajya Sabha, may be investigated upon. Maybe investigated upon, and as well as Subodh Rai, the RJD MLC, his financial transactions would be also investigated upon. So all these cases would lead to corruption charges for sure, because the CBI would be expecting to recover something from their residences for sure, and that's what we get to know. That, and the CBI, what Sunil Singh's son told us a moment back, that they are looking at the various papers, documents, and Sunil Singh's son Tejasvi was alleging that they haven't recovered anything as yet, but I'm sure the CBI would have done its homework for sure before conducting raids, as it did in the case of Bhola Yadav. That Bhola Yadav was one of the key witness and signatory in most of the gift deeds in terms of land which were gifted to Lalu Yadav's family members, his sons and daughters, pertaining to the land for job scam. So maybe the CBI would be trying to club pieces together, and maybe they would have got something from Bhola Yadav, who is also one of the key witness and one of the prime accused in this particular case. So the CBI would be trying to put all pieces together, gather the information, corroborate evidences in the land for job scam. So these cases are going on for quite some time, maybe because of COVID. In the Patiala court, the trial cases were delayed, and Tejasvi Yadav is also one of the accused in all those cases, because the CBI then in 2017 had recovered one of the checks in which Tejasvi Yadav was the signatory, and everybody says that it's an open and shut case. So lands for job scam, in the land for job scam, there were many plots of land which were seized by the ED and the CBI. Then it's confiscated, because those lands were gifted, and in lieu of those lands, a few hotels were constructed, and the hoteliers had gifted those land. So one was land for job scam, one was land for hotel scam in the IRCTC. So the CBI has expedited its investigation. They are trying to gather more information so that in the trial cases they can provide some more evidence as to they're trying to gather some more information as to what are the other investigating angle that can be looked upon. There we have one of the MLAs of
और लेकिन हम लोग डरने उड़ने वाले नहीं हैं किसी भी।
कहाँ पहुँचे? आपको तो विधानसभा में होना चाहिए।
हाँ तो जाएंगे हम लोग विधानसभा, तो जाएंगे विधानसभा, जाएंगे ही। अरे आप लोग जो टीवी नहीं आप लोग जो टीवी पर दिखा रहे थे, उसी को देख करके हम लोग।
मामला क्या? जमीन के बदले नौकरी की मामला है? क्या मामला है?
कोई मामला नहीं है, ये राजनीतिक घटनाक्रम को प्रभावित करने का प्रयास हो रहा है और कोई मामला नहीं।
फ्लोर टेस्ट में क्या लग रहा है? विधायक इससे डर जाएंगे? आपको
कोई नहीं डरेंगे, सुई के नोक बराबर भी डरने वाले नहीं है। हैं। हम लोग पूरी तरह मुस्तैद हैं और हम लोग जीतेंगे।
17 जगह छापेमारी हो रही है।
17 जगह नहीं, 164 जगह छापेमारी हो, उससे कोई अंतर होने वाला नहीं।
अच्छा, लालू जी ने कल आगाह किया था कि भाजपा कुछ ऐसी रणनीति,
कोई आगाह नहीं किया था, लेकिन आप लोग जो हम लोग को टीवी पर दिखा रहे थे वही देख के हम लोग को संज्ञान में आया।
क्या कहा था तेजस्वी यादव ने मीटिंग?
कुछ नहीं मैं
क्या मीटिंग के दौरान
कुछ नहीं कहा गया था, यही कि हम लोगों को सही समय पे विधानसभा में पहुंचना है।
क्या ये मामला हो सकता है? कोषाध्यक्ष है पार्टी के,
कोषाध्यक्ष
भी तो है सुनील सिंह।
कुछ नहीं
ये जो
ये सब कुछ नहीं है,
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है।
चलो,
विधानसभा में पहुंचेंगे आज।
हम लोग अभी पहुंच रहे हैं।
क्या इस कार्रवाई का विरोध करेंगे विधानसभा में?
समय मिलेगा एकदम विरोध करेंगे संवैधानिक रूप से।
ये जो छापे का मामला है, विधानसभा में उठाने का मौका
से
मिलेगा
हम लोग पूरी तरह विरोध करेंगे।
विधानसभा में भी उठाएंगे।
कौन है भाई? चितरंजन राजन है कि गगन? ये जो रेड्स हो रहे हैं ये किस संदर्भ में हो रहे हैं? क्या आपको लगता है कि ये लैंड फॉर जॉब स्कैम के लिए रेड्स हो रहे हैं?
देखिए, यह जो है तो पहले से हम लोग को अनुमान था कि आज जो है सो विश्वास मत प्राप्त करना है, विधानसभा अध्यक्ष के खिलाफ अविश्वास का प्रस्ताव है, और जिस जंग से भाजपा में बेचैनी है, तो हम लोग तो समझ रहे थे कि जिस जंग से विरोधी को परेशान करने के लिए CBI, ED, IT इसका इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, तो हम लोग समझ रहे थे कि हाँ साहब तो मैंने कुछ होगा। और आज के बारे में तो खासकर हम लोग को अनुमान था कि आज जो है तो विधानसभा में विश्वास मत प्राप्त करना है सरकार को, विधानसभा अध्यक्ष के खिलाफ अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है, तो ये तो पूर्वानुमानित था कि ढंग से घटनाएं होगी। जो रवैया केंद्र सरकार ने अपनाया है जिस ढंग से इस एजेंसियों का दुरुपयोग करने का, तो यह कोई अनहोनी बात हम लोग नहीं मानते, लेकिन कुछ इसका परिणाम कुछ निकलने वाला नहीं है। कहीं न कहीं यह भाजपा को ही इससे घाटा होने वाला है, और जनमानस में जो भावना, जो मैसेज जा रहा है, इसका परिणाम भाजपा को भुगतना होगा।
नहीं तो लेकिन लैंड फॉर जॉब स्कैम में गगन जी, ये तो सर्वविदित है कि अभी भोला यादव की गिरफ्तारी हुई जिसमें कि विटनेस थे, वो कई जो गिफ्ट्स हुए थे लैंड, उसमें विटनेस थे, तो उसी कड़ी में इन सभी जगहों पर रेड किए जा रहे हैं। तो क्या आपको लगता है कि लैंड फॉर जॉब स्कैम या लैंड फॉर होटल स्कैम जो है वो गलत है?
नहीं, देखिए, जो परिस्थिति होती है, किस परिस्थिति में समय और परिस्थिति दो चीज को देखा जाता है। तो जो समय है, जो परिस्थिति है, वह जो है तो सीधे तौर पर यह स्पष्ट करती है कि अब 22 होकर हो रहा है, चाहे कुछ किसी स्कैम का नाम दे कि यहाँ फलना घोटाला, फलना स्कैम, उन सब से कोई जो है तो असर पड़ने वाला नहीं है, और जो है तो जनता जो है तो इस सब बातों को समझ रही है। और बिहार जो है, बिहार में जो बदलाव शुरू हुआ है, इसका परिणाम उन्हें दिखाई पड़ेगा। बिहार लोकतंत्र की जननी है। यह 74 में भी इंदिरा गांधी इसी भ्रम में थी, 77 में जब चुनाव करवाई थी तो इसी भ्रम में थी, लेकिन जब वोट हुआ तो उनको जो अंदाज हो गया, वही स्थिति भाजपा की होने वाली है। भ्रम में है, लेकिन जब भी चुनाव होगा उनको पता चल जाएगा। यहाँ की जनता इन सब चीजों को समझती है, चुप जरूर रहती है, मौन जरूर रहती है, लेकिन समय आने पर जवाब देना जानती है जनता।
धन्यवाद गगन जी। सो फॉर मोर न्यूज एंड अपडेट्स कीप वॉचिंग रिपब्लिक टीवी।
Amity University Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
Now, much as the AAP tries to The liquor scam isn't going away. It's not going to go away. Yesterday, the AAP spokesperson tried to deflect. So tonight, I am back. And I'm back on public demand, on your demand, with some really specific questions to the AAP on the liquor scam, on Liquorgate. And I will try my very best to extract an answer. And I think the AAP should answer my specific questions because Kejriwal entered public life on the back of the anger against corruption in the country in 2010-11. And at that time, I was leading the exposés on corruption in the UPA. And in fact, at that time, Kejriwal lauded and kept quoting details of my exposés, my specific questions. So tonight, his representatives must answer the specific questions I ask, not dodge and not deflect. Corruption is a big issue. It burns the hearts of the people of this country to see the financial mafia, the political mafia, and the liquor mafia loot at the expense of the Aam Aadmi. You can give people all the freebies you want, but the questions on the liquor mafia are not going away. And viewers, if India's only and only independent and independently owned news network does not ask these questions, then who will? That's why this edition of the Liquorgate debate with my specific questions is very significant. And I hope that you will participate by telling me whether you're convinced or not using any interactive tool that is next to you. So, ladies and gentlemen,
you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. So raids on at RJD Rajya Sabha MP Ashfaq Karim's residence as well. In fact, 3 RJD netas under the scanner as a mega action is being undertaken in separate cases by central agencies, the ED and the CBI. Sunil Singh, among the first of the RJD leaders, he's an RJD MLC in Patna. His home was one of the first to be raided. He is Lalu Prasad Yadav's very close aide. And RJD leader Sunil Singh there on your screens. And it's over to Prakash for the latest updates. Well, it's time now for a short break, but we are on Republic tracking this story. The Land for Jobs scan raids on at multiple locations in Patna.
मनीष जी को कहा गया कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाइए, आपको मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाएंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार गिरानी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर दूसरी बार हमने फेल किया।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की?
These were the visuals of the quarter guard ceremony here at Mechuka unit, the 13th Grenadiers.
We keep our boys extremely fit and motivated with the different levels of training in our battalion.
Welfare and defense of country comes always first.
Indian Army never leaves behind any one of them. When the Operation Meghdoot started, there were several of the soldiers which went missing in action because of the avalanche. 38 years later, during a patrol party at Shankar Top, they essentially came across the mortal remains of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar of 19 Kumaon.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
There you can see a large number of Congress workers are being detained. They're outside the Congress headquarters. There's a large number of protest workers who are being denied over here. They are saying that they will fight till the very end.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
Live and breaking and latest updates coming in on the land for jobs scam. Mega action by central agencies since the morning began. Action by central agencies against 3 RJD netas who are under the scanner. Among them, as you see on your screens, Sunil Singh, very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, RJD MLC. Mega crackdown in Patna against corruption. Prominent RJD leaders under the scanner. More names expected. Among them, MP Fayaz Ahmed. His home is also being raided. Also, Ahmed Ashfaq Karim, as well as Sunil Singh. Other names already in the scam that have already emerged. Bhola Yadav, and allegations and counter allegations flying thick and fast. Republic on this story. And coming up, all the details after this very short break. We're tracking this mega breaking news with Prakash Singh, our senior editor. Special projects in Patna. Stay with us.
There you can see a large number of Congress workers are being detained. They're outside the Congress headquarters. There's a large number of protest workers who are being denied over here. They are saying that they will fight till the very end.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
मनीष जी को कहा गया कि आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाइए, आपको मुख्यमंत्री का उम्मीदवार बनाएंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार गिरानी है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी का ऑपरेशन लोटस दिल्ली के अंदर दूसरी बार हमने फेल किया।
जब एक्साइज डिपार्टमेंट ने आपको इस प्रकार का नोटिस दिया तो आपने संबंधित कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं की?
These were the visuals of the quarter guard ceremony here at Mechuka unit, the 13th Grenadiers.
We keep our boys extremely fit and motivated with the
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and we are tracking the mega story this morning. That's the Land for Jobs scam. Mega crackdown by central agencies, the Enforcement Directorate and the CBI in Patna at various locations of top RJD leaders. Among them, Sunil Singh, very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav. All the updates here on Republic after this very short break. Coming up next, stay tuned. We'll be right back.
These were the visuals of the quarter guard ceremony here at Mechuka unit, the 13th Grenadiers.
We keep our boys extremely fit and motivated with the different levels of training in our battalion.
Welfare and defense of country comes always first.
Indian Army never leaves behind any one of them. When the Operation Meghdut started, there were several of the soldiers which went missing in action because of the avalanche. 38 years later, during a patrol party at Ashankar Top, they essentially came across the mortal remains of Lance Naik Chandrasekhar of 19 Kumaon.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive row, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
There you can see a large number of Congress workers are being detained. They're outside the Congress headquarters. There's a large number of protest workers who are being denied over here. They are saying that they will fight till the very end.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodiya is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister
Simultaneous raids are conducted at 5 locations of RJD leaders in Bihar in the Land for Jobs scam. Raids also underway in the mining scam in Jharkhand. Mega action by central agencies, searches on across the country. A BJP MLA is arrested over controversial remarks. Set free, mega protests erupt out across Hyderabad. Late night protests in Hyderabad, shocking Sartan se jura slogans are raised. And it's a big day in Bihar today. The Nitish Kumar Tejashwi Yadav government is to face a crucial floor test. Mamata Banerjee's top aide, Anubrata Mondal's custody ends today. The CBI is to push hard for extended custody as cattle scam explodes. Good morning and thank you very much for staying with us on Republic TV. This is Live and Breaking. I'm Nupur Talwar Sori. Now, this is a Mega Republic exclusive that we are getting for you. The NIA is raiding in connection with the Kutch drugs smuggling across 10 locations in Delhi, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Now, some big socialites are believed to be under the scanner. An upscale club in Delhi is also being raided. A nightclub known as known to be the socialite hangout in Delhi is also under the scanner. One of the clubs that is being raided, of course, is Playboy. That's Club Playboy, which is also being raided. This, do remember, is in connection with the Kutch drugs bust case. So essentially what we're learning right now is the National Investigation Agency is raiding about 10 locations. These are in Delhi, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. Also, sources within the NIA tell Republic TV that certain socialites could be involved. We are also now learning that some of these raids are being conducted at a nightclub, which is known to be the socialite hangout in Delhi. Let me go across to Abhishek Kapoor, our senior executive editor, who has more details on this. Good morning, Abhishek. So we are given to understand that even as these raids are being conducted across Delhi, Gujarat and Tamil Nadu, there could perhaps be some big names who are now under the scanner?
Oh, well, absolutely. In fact, Nupur, remember in September of last year, a huge haul of heroin, about 3,000 kilograms was seized from Mundra port by DRI and the Gujarat ATS based on a tip-off. The origin was Afghanistan, and it had come to the Mundra port via Bandar Abbas port in Iran. And subsequently, there were some arrests made, and the case was in fact transferred to the NIA. There were arrests made in Delhi, there were arrests made in Chennai. A couple was involved in transit of those drugs, and it seems that these drugs were meant for socialite parties across India in Delhi, Mumbai and Bengaluru, and hence these raids being carried out. In fact, it seems that the NIA has zeroed down on the destination of the drugs, and those people could be under scanner. So, for example, I can tell you at one place in Delhi where raids are on is a nightclub called Playboy. It happens to be in Samrat Hotel in the diplomatic enclave of Chanakyapuri, in fact, and this has got the agencies worried. So it seems, and the scale of the drug seizure was mind-blowing. It was perhaps the biggest in the history of India. 3,000 kgs, which means 3 tons. It was valued at over 20,000 crore rupees. And that's why, in fact, the case investigation was handed over to NIA to look at terror angle also, given the fact that the origin was in Afghanistan and those drugs came via Port Bandar Abbas. And now these raids at 10 locations, including in Delhi, in Gujarat, in Tamil Nadu, possibly in Karnataka. And this time, the people who were involved in dispensing of this huge haul, had these drugs escaped the scanner of agencies, they would have gone across the country and been part of that party circuit and really affected the social fabric of the country. And in that sense, this investigation gains significance, Nupur, and imagine 3,000 kgs, 3 tons of drugs. Had they not been discovered and seized, would have gone inside the country and to the end consumer. So these raids are essentially going at those people who facilitated the trade based on all the input that have been gathered and the investigation that has gone on for the last 6 months.
Now, as you're pointing out, Abhishek, these drugs that were recovered were about 3,000 kgs and worth about 21,000 crore rupees in the international market. Now, you are, of course, telling us that these raids are linked to that seizure that was made at the Mundra port. But can you give us more details in terms of the places that are being raided in Tamil Nadu, as well as I think another location that's being raided, as you were pointing out, that's Gujarat?
Yes, so those we'll get in a bit, Nupur. This is just preliminary information coming just as the raids have begun early morning. And like in the case of Delhi, so in the case of Bengaluru, so in the case of Tamil Nadu, these are essentially places where there were end users or those people who were facilitating the end use of these drugs. What had happened was immediately after the seizure of these drugs from Mundra port, DRI had Gujarat ATS had gotten into the investigation, and the leads had taken them to a couple in Chennai who are under arrest and in judicial custody now. But subsequently, the case was transferred to NIA, and then it had led to raids in Delhi at that time and the arrest of 6 individuals from Delhi, including Afghan nationals. And that's when the terror angle unraveled, because remember, post whatever developments have happened in Afghanistan, drug trade has again become a source of income for government there, and that's why perhaps it's so easy, such an easy flow of drugs that's happening, and the agencies are worried. a massive clampdown on drug trade through the Iran-Gujarat port route has been going on. Subsequent to September seizure, this was a big one. At least half a dozen other seizures have happened, essentially done by Gujarat ATS, of course, in coordination with national agencies.
Right.
And the investigation, the manner in which this has progressed, clearly showing that apart from those from outside India, there are people within the country who have been involved in this trade, and the focus now being essentially on those who are sort of affecting the innards of our society with this dangerous trade.
Yes, absolutely. Abhishek, do stay with us. Let me also quickly go across to Varshini, who's reporting on this from Tamil Nadu. Varshini, give us more details in terms of where these raids are being conducted. This, of course, is preliminary information that seems to be coming in. The raids, of course, in connection with the 21,000 crore drug bust that took place at Mundra last year.
What is it? There's nothing in it.
All right, I'm going to go back to Abhishek right now as Varshini gathers more information on this breaking news that we are getting. Abhishek, we were earlier, of course, talking about the fact that there is also the narco-terror angle which was being looked upon by by agencies, and also the fact that most of these drugs actually originated in Afghanistan and took the Iran route to come to India.
Well, yes, absolutely. In fact, Nupur, as I was saying earlier, the drug haul of 3,000 kg was heroin, and it's a highly processed drug with commands a premium in the international market. That's why about 20,000 plus crore rupees, and that's when the central government also, in fact, realized that this is something which is very dangerous, which is more than a small seizure here and there, and that's why the case was transferred to the NIA. And it's been about 9 months after the initial arrests that were made both in Chennai and in Delhi. There was a bit of a hiatus, but then there were subsequent leads that came in from these Afghan nationals who were arrested, and the NIA, the sleuths, they took a bit of time to work on those. There were some traps laid, and that's when they reached these nightclubs and these places of party scene across these metros. So the raids are going on. Just in a bit, we might have more information. Nupur, we have to wait just for a while, because remember, as I said, it was just a tip-off, and these raids have started earlier in the morning. They might take a couple of hours and gather some more information in terms of whatever documents they are seizing, whatever equipment they would pick up to see in which direction and how and what was the scale of this operation, who all were involved, how many socialites, possibly some VIPs is going to blow up as the day progresses.
All right, we are just getting more information as to what has happened. We are learning that one of the clubs that is under the scanner right now, of course, is Playboy. This is Club Playboy. It's a posh club that's located in Delhi and is known to be essentially a place where a large number of socialites gather. Now, Abhishek, we were also talking about the fact that, earlier on when these raids were actually conducted at Mundra, what was discovered was that these drugs were intended for several areas in Delhi, Ahmedabad, as well as several places in Andhra Pradesh. Searches were then carried out over there, and a Chennai-based couple were actually investigated. Can you give us more details about that aspect as well, please?
Well, Nupur, yes. So that couple was they posed as traders, and this was shown as some kind of chemical salt which was destined to some industries and camouflaged as an industrial product by this couple who own a trading firm in Chennai. But they were arrested. Subsequent to this, some leads were available, which were being worked on. But what is important is that Gujarat acted only as a transit.
Absolutely. As you're pointing out, Abhishek, so raids being carried out at various locations. We're going to try and get our viewers more information. For the moment, Abhishek Kapura, Senior Executive Editor, thank you for joining us. And we're going back to the other big story that we've been tracking since this morning. Raids are being carried out at the RJD Rajya Sabha MP Asfaq Karim's residence. And in fact, we're now learning that CBI is searching 24 locations in Patna. These are in connection with the land for jobs scam that the CBI has been investigating. Raids are also being conducted on Lalu Yadav's close aide, RJD leader Sunil Singh. Sunil Singh, of course, also happens to be the treasurer of the RJD. His residence was raided earlier this morning in Patna. Now, simultaneously, searches are underway in Jharkhand, Bihar and Tamil Nadu, as well as Delhi NCR in the Jharkhand mining scan. Just bringing you the details right now of what took place earlier this morning when RJD leaders, three of them, one of them, of course, the treasurer of the RJD, was raided.
कुछ नहीं मिलने वाला है और रहेंगे क्योंकि ये जबरदस्ती टारगेट किया जा रहा है। ये टारगेट नहीं चले। हमारी मैडम निकली थी जबरदस्त ये जो मन करे जबरदस्ती।
बिल्कुल जिस तरह से इस पूरे मामले को लेकर अब सुनील सिंह के तमाम समर्थक यहाँ पर गेट पर बैठ गए हैं और उनका ये कहना है कि ये जो कार्रवाई हो रही है ये द्वेषपूर्ण कार्रवाई हो रही है और यहाँ पर इस तरह की कार्रवाई बर्दाश्त नहीं की जाएगी। लोगों का कहना है अच्छा
लो 2000 ये घबरा गया है। तेजस्वी जी और नीतीश जब से जोड़ी इनका हुआ है ना बौखलाहट हो गया है केंद्र सरकार को। क्या हो रहा है भाई?
तो पुराना है
मामला पुराना है। जब दोनों आदमी मिले हैं तब से घबराहट हो गई है। पहले कहाँ थे? टारगेट लिया जा रहा है। आज हम लोग का क्या सुन लो क्या बिगाड़े कि आज ही के दिन पर हमारा विधानसभा चल रहा है। तेजस्वी जी हमारा विधानसभा में है अभी वहाँ बहुमत सिद्ध कर रहे हैं।
The RJD over there, of course, continues to maintain that these raids are politically motivated, coming as they do on the day of the floor test. I'm going to go across to Shavan Sen, who's reporting on this. Shavan, the fact of the matter also, however, is that the land for jobs scam has been investigated by the CBI, and they have in the past also said that there are clear connections that can be drawn to various leaders in the RJD.
Well, Nupur, it can't get more crystal clear than what it is at this point in time. Simply because if you take a look at the FIR and thereafter the investigation that has been carried out, in which there are certain land parcels in Bihar which are directly in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members, including the former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabdi Devi. In fact, some of these land parcels were essentially gifted by those undeserving candidates. In fact, Bhola Yadav, a close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, was actually the intermediary, the conduit in this entire land for job scam. What we are given to understand is that currently, as we speak, 24 locations where these searches are being carried out, at least 3 RJD leaders are under the scan at this point in time. The allegation essentially being that for the Group B candidates in the railway recruitment, there were candidates who were given their applications at the official residence of Rabdi Devi as well as Lalu Prasad Yadav, and it was being collected by Bhola Yadav himself. In return, there were land parcels that were gifted by the undeserving candidates to Rabdi Devi as well as Lalu Prasad Yadav. And this land where the searches were actually carried out in the past. This is the third raid that is being carried out in this case by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In the previous raids, Nupur, in fact, they were looking at those very land deeds, the land parcels that were gifted by the undeserving candidates to the former Union Minister. Now, important to point out here is that there is direct intervention, or rather there is a direct role of Lalu Prasad Yadav as far as the land for jobs scam is concerned, given the fact that there are land deeds that have also been accessed by Republic TV in which one can clearly see that these land parcels are in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav, Devi, and also other family members. And that is the reason why, when you're looking at these searches that are being carried out right now, one perhaps cannot really claim vindictive politics, given the fact that there is a clear-cut case of corruption which is being probed by a central agency. And this has got nothing to do with the fact that there have been recent political changes in Bihar, given the fact that this FIR was registered much before the Mahagathbandhan government was formed in Bihar. And the fact of the matter is that there has also been an arrest in this particular case, that is of Bhola Yadav, a close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, who has basically taken the name of the former Union Minister himself. So keeping all of that in mind, it is a natural progression if you really look at it purely from the
point of view. Having said that, obviously, it is bound to evoke some sort of a political response, given that the opposition parties have been training their guns at the central agencies, saying that the central agencies are essentially working at the behest of the Senate.
I think that's some trouble that we are running into with that connection with Shavan Sen. We're going to try and get him back in just a bit. But as Shavan was explaining to us, these raids, of course, are being conducted in the Land for Jobs scam. The CBI is conducting these raids at 3 leaders' residences in Patna. We are now learning that about 24 locations are being raided now. What we are given to understand is that this is in land transfers took place in lieu of jobs. That this is, of course, Group D jobs in the railways. Now, land deeds have been found, and there are multiple witnesses which have spoken about the transfer of land. I'm going to try once again to go back to Shavan Sen to get more details on this. Shavan, you were taking us through the modus operandi of what the CBI believes in terms of how this scam really took place. Okay, I don't think we've got Shavan. We're going to try and fix that connection and go back to him. But pictures on your screen are of the raids that are being carried out at 4 leaders' homes. That's Sunil Singh, Ashfaq Karim, Fayaz Ahmed and Subodh Rai.
अभी जो है सुनील सिंह के समर्थकों ने गेट खोलने की कोशिश की और अब जो है यहाँ पर समर्थक बेकाबू हो रहे हैं। कोई पॉलिटिकल हैपनिंग तो है नहीं है, आप गेट खोल के अंदर क्यों घुसना चाह रहे हैं?
हम घुसना चाह रहे हैं कि इज्जत जो है अंदर में क्या अंदर में हमारे सहकारिता सम्राट नेता हैं, उनके साथ वो हम लोग का गहना है सहकारिता।
ये बड़ी खबर पर लगातार नजर बनी हुई है। यहाँ पर सुनील सिंह के समर्थक जो है अभी बेकाबू होते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। उनका कहना है ये कार्रवाई गलत हो रही है। इस बड़ी खबर पर लगातार नजर बनी हुई है। बने रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत के साथ, देखते रहिए रिपब्लिक भारत। छोटा सा ब्रेक, चल लौटते हैं।
All right. Is continuing to cry foul, saying that these raids that are being conducted in the Land for Jobs scam are being conducted because this is political vendetta. Do remember that they do come at a time when the new Bihar government is set to take its floor test. However, the CBI on its part says that these leaders have been under the scanner for quite some time now. The CBI in fact says that they have worked out the entire modus operandi of how this scam actually took place. Now, they have been saying that in this particular case, Group D jobs were given to people in the railways. These were people who did not deserve these jobs. And in lieu of these jobs that were given in the railways, land was transferred to Rabri Devi as well as others. Now, during the course of its investigation, the CBI says that they have found land deeds which seem to point to the same. Currently, of course, houses of 4 of these RJD leaders are being raided. Key among them, of course, is Sunil Singh. Do remember, he's also the treasurer of the RJD, considered to be extremely close to Lalu Prasad and his wife, Rabri Devi, as well as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejashwi Yadav. Apart from that, of course, there are other leaders from the RJD who are also being raided. The CBI, of course, has been investigating the Land for Jobs scam for some time now, and they have in their reports suggested that sale deeds were executed in the name of Lalu's family. The land was transferred to the family of Lalu Prasad Yadav in lieu of jobs. Now, there are large parcels of land which the CBI alleges were transferred to the family in lieu of
हमने जब पंचायत के खिलाफ इसका नाम डरने वाला नहीं है, ये इस्तीफा क्यों नहीं दे रहे? नेताओं को ये डराना धमकाना चाहते हैं, इनका पुराना नुस्खा है। बिहार की जनता को मालूम नहीं है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय को पहले इस्तीफा दे देना चाहिए। क्या एनडीए की सरकार नहीं है यहाँ, ये लोकतंत्र के खिलाफ है। निराला जी, निराला जी,
We are also coming to you from outside the residence of Sunil Yadav. All right, these are pictures where we can see that protests are being carried out. Now, do remember, earlier on there was talk of a large number of RJD workers coming in. We are also now getting some input that seems to suggest that about another RJD leader is being raided. This is the 5th RJD leader who's being raided. Prakash Singh has more details on this. Prakash, can you give us more details as to who's the new leader who's being raided now?
Well, we get to know that. Protesting outside the Bihar Vidhan Sabha ahead of the floor test, and that's what we see with placards in their hand. All the BJP MLAs are protesting outside the Bihar Vidhan Sabha ahead of the trust vote that is going to happen in some time from now, in an hour from now. So there we see BJP leader Tarkishore Prasad, former Deputy CM, arriving here outside the Vidhan Sabha, protesting against all sorts of placards we can see. One placard says that the minority minister Israel Mansouri entered into the Garbhgriha of Vishnupat temple along with Nitish Kumar. One placard says that अपराधियों की भरमार है, एक ऐसी सरकार है, saying that all the charge-sheeted people and the people in different cases are involved. And the leaders moving out from there in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha ahead of the floor test. There we see संजीव चौरसिया, क्या हो रहा है, आप लोग क्या कर रहे हैं?
आज जिस प्रकार से नीतीश कुमार ने पलटने का भी काम किया, सबसे बड़ी बात। दूसरा बात, गया में विष्णुपुर मंदिर में जिस प्रकार से अपमानित करने का काम किया। तीसरी बात कि जनादेश के अपमान के साथ करने का काम किया। लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बिहार में जिस प्रकार से गड़बड़ाने का काम हुआ है, सब लोगों को लेकर
पलटू कुमार ने जनादेश को धोखा दिया है और बिहार में अराजकता की स्थिति आ गई है। बेरोजगार शिक्षकों के
आज क्या करने वाले हैं आप लोग?
आज हम लोग अपने विधानसभा अध्यक्ष के साथ सदन चलाएंगे।
विधानसभा अध्यक्ष बैठेंगे, उनको बैठने नहीं देंगे तो क्या आप लोग मारपीट भी करेंगे?
नहीं, बैठने क्यों नहीं देंगे। और अध्यक्ष जो कस्टोडियन होता है हाउस का, तो निश्चित रूप से, और उन्होंने जो सूचना दी है विश्वास की, वो सूचना नियम सम्मत नहीं है, इसलिए अध्यक्ष जी बैठेंगे और सदन के अंदर जो कार्रवाई होगी उस पर आगे की कार्रवाई चलेगी।
नंबर्स तो है नहीं आपके पास?
नहीं, नंबर नहीं, सदन तो नियमावली से चलता है और इन्होंने जो सूचना दिया है उसका तो 14 दिन पूरा ही नहीं हुआ है और ये साइंडाई चल रहा है अभी सूचना।
All right, so this is a big lead that we are getting right now. We are now learning that there is a 5th raid that is being conducted. This is against Lalu Prasad Yadav's brother-in-law who's being raided. I'm going to try and go back across on the ground to our correspondents to get a confirmation on this one. But we have, of course, seen about 24 locations in Patna being raided since this morning. This is in the Land for Jobs scam. Now, the RJD leaders who are under the lens, of course, are believed to be all close to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family. Key amongst them, of course, is Sunil Singh, who also happens to be the treasurer of the RJD. So in those terms, this, of course, does become extremely politically important as well. Now, also on the other side, the RJD, of course, says that these are politically motivated. Let's listen in to what the RJD as well as the JDU have been saying.
So there we see the rules we will follow. That's what we get to know, and we are joined by some CPI MLAs as well.
विधानसभा स्पीकर को लेकर पूरा मामला है।
ये बताइए
के लोग प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, स्पीकर हैं, बता दीजिए, पहले उन्हीं को बता दीजिए। देखिए, रिपब्लिक
हमारा मांग यही है कि अध्यक्ष जिनके ऊपर नो कॉन्फिडेंस मोशन पहले ही दिया जा चुका है, उनको सदन की परंपराओं का सम्मान करते हुए इस्तीफा देना चाहिए। इस तरीके से लोकतंत्र की अवहेलना का, संवैधानिक नियमों की धज्जियां उड़ाते हुए जबरदस्ती अपने पद पर बने रहेंगे, जब सदन के अंदर आपका कोई सहमति नहीं है,
नंबर नहीं है
आपके पास, तो आपको हटना चाहिए।
तो अगर जबरन बैठना चाहें तो क्या आप लोग बैठने देंगे?
उनको माने सदन के अंदर बेइज्जत होकर के हटना है तो उनकी चॉइस है, लेकिन परंपरा यही कहता है कि उनको अध्यक्ष पद से इस्तीफा देना चाहिए।
नंबर से 164
एकदम नंबर नहीं उनके पास है।
अगर वो बैठेंगे तो फिर आप लोग क्या करेंगे?
अभी सदन के अंदर हम लोग अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाएंगे, उनको जबरदस्ती हटाया जाएगा, लेकिन ये अच्छा मैसेज नहीं है।
So there you have the CPI MLS saying that he will be forced to come out of the chair. That's what we get to know from the opposition MLAs and the ruling party MLAs. So that's what we get to know. High voltage drama here ahead of the floor test here in Bihar Vidhan Sabha. And there you see the BJP MLAs gathered in large numbers there protesting against the government, and they are with the speaker of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. Speaker of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, there is a no confidence motion against the speaker that has been moved, saying that you don't have the numbers, you should move out of this place, and else he'll be forced to make an exit. There you have Pramod ji.
उसमें हम कोई टिप्पणी नहीं कर,
लेकिन सवाल तो उठेंगे ना कि आज फ्लोर टेस्ट है, आज फ्लोर टेस्ट है और आज आप छापेमारी करवा रहे हैं।
देखिए, आज हम सब बिहार विधानसभा के 1 दिवसीय सत्र में आए हैं और यह हमारे लिए ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है। वो एजेंसी की अपनी प्रक्रिया है, उसमें हम कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करेंगे।
पहुंच ही नहीं पाएगा अगर इस तरीके से सीबीआई घेर लेगी चारों तरफ, सीबीआई घेर लेगी तो फिर
नहीं। देखिए, सरकार को क्या, वो जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने काम किया है, सजा तो उन्हें भुगतना पड़ेगा।
आज का ही दिन क्यों चुना, ये भी पूछा गया।
नहीं, आज का दिन यह क्यों चुना गया ये तो सीबीआई आपको बताएगी, लेकिन हम इतना जानते हैं कि बिहार विधानसभा या एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, मंदिर है। यहाँ का जो भी कार्य संचालन होगा वो नियमानुसार होगा और हमारे जो सम्माननीय अध्यक्ष हैं वर्तमान में, वो सभा के संचालन की प्रक्रिया प्रारंभ करेंगे। उसके बाद नियमानुसार आगे सदन चलेगा।
गिरफ्तार भी होंगे क्या? तो पूछ रहे हैं कि बीजेपी वाले बताएंगे इसके बारे में। सर सीबीआई की रेड चल रही है, राजद की तरफ से आरोप है, हम लोग को वहां जाने
जी क्या है आपके यू टर्न में?
कुर्सी कुमार जो बिहार में पहले फेमस होता था, लिट्टी चोखा का पूरे बिहार में लोग, बिहार फेमस था, आज बिहार फेमस हो गया यू टर्न के लिए और देश में बिहारी कहलाना अपमान का विषय होने लगा है। कहीं ना कहीं इस कुर्सी कुमार ने बिहारियों को अपमानित किया है।
बचौल जी, क्या होने वाला है आज? क्या आज मारपीट की नौबत भी आ सकती है, क्योंकि आपके स्पीकर को तो हटाया जा रहा है?
अब जो हो जैसा हो देखा जाएगा।
आप क्या कीजिएगा?
अब जो होगा सो देखा जाएगा। पलटू कुमार जो पलटासन किए हैं, बाबा रामदेव ने तो बहुत योगासन सिखाया।
कार्यसूची है, उसके अनुसार सभा की कार्रवाई प्रारंभ होगी।
लेकिन अविश्वास प्रस्ताव भी उनके खिलाफ।
ठीक है, अविश्वास प्रस्ताव है तो फिर 38 या उससे अधिक जो सम्मानीय सदस्य हैं वो उठेंगे, तब वो संकल्प स्वीकृत होगा, तब उस पर आगे की कार्रवाई होगी। सिर्फ नोटिस दे देने से, सिर्फ संकल्प दे देने से वो अध्यक्ष के तौर पर नहीं रहता, ऐसा नहीं है।
लेकिन अध्यक्ष के ही आसन पर बैठने पर ही विश्वास मत होगा आपके अनुसार?
नहीं, देखिए, वो अब कार्यसूची में प्रथम में अविश्वास प्रस्ताव का आया है, उस पर सदन विचार करेगी। उसके बाद फिर अन्य जो सूची में जो बद्ध अन्य जो कार्य हैं वो लिए जाएंगे।
फिर जो है जो संख्या है।
All right, so Prakash, of course, is taking us through what's taking place outside the Bihar Assembly. Do remember that there's a critical floor test that takes place. Prakash, if I could come back to you on this one. Prakash, there's a lot of drama, of course, that's happening there. But at the heart of it is also the fact that the Speaker, Vijay Sinha, of course, has refused to resign. What are we expecting to take place in the House today?
As far as the floor test is concerned, it will happen in some time from now. I am joined by Tarkishore Prasad, the former Deputy CM of Bihar. Tarkishore जी, आपके पास तो नंबर्स नहीं है 164। स्पीकर साहब ने इस्तीफा क्यों नहीं दिया? अब क्या
स्पीकर जो हमारे सम्माननीय विधानसभा के अध्यक्ष हैं उनके प्रति सदन का विश्वास नहीं रहा, ऐसा एक उन्हें सूचना दी गई है, संकल्प दिया गया है। तो सर्वप्रथम तो सदन में जो 38 माननीय सदस्य हैं वो उस संकल्प के पक्ष में खड़े होंगे, अगर तब वो जो सूचना या संकल्प है स्वीकृत होगा और फिर सदन उस पर विचार करेगी। और उस समय सदन के जो पीठासीन जो पीठ है, जो चेयर है, उस पर वो नहीं बैठेंगे। लेकिन सदन में तो जाएंगे ही। सदस्य सिर्फ संकल्प विधानसभा में या सभा सचिवालय में भेज देने से कोई अध्यक्ष नहीं होंगे, यह तो कहीं नियम की प्रक्रिया का कोई
नंबर्स तो है नहीं आपके पास।
ठीक है,
तो
देखिए कभी कभी जो अध्यक्ष चुने जाते हैं सर्वसम्मति से भी चुने जाते हैं, वो किसी दलीय आधार पर नहीं होते हैं। कभी कभी आपको पता ही होगा कि जो अध्यक्ष होते हैं वो दल से ऊपर उठकर होते हैं, तो उसमें उसको आप
तो कोई मारपीट की नौबत तो नहीं ना आएगी? आप जबरन तो उस पर बैठिएगा नहीं ना कुर्सी पे।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बारे में आपको पता है कि कौन दल मर्यादा का पालन करता है और कौन दल मर्यादा का पालन नहीं करता है। आपको
सीबीआई रेड्स हो रहे हैं तारकिशोर जी हर जगह।
देखिए वो तो सीबीआई एजेंसी स्वतंत्र एजेंसी, वो अपना काम कर रही है, उसमें हमें कोई टिप्पणी।
आपको क्या लगता है कि किस बिना पर ये रेड्स हो रहे हैं? भ्रष्टाचार में लिप्त हैं लोग, इसलिए
सबों ने देखा
आज फ्लोर नहीं आज
पहले से जो
आज फ्लोर टेस्ट है और अचानक सीबीआई रेड करती है, तो ये क्या मैसेज जाता है देश में?
सीबीआई का जो रेड है और जो विधानसभा का फ्लोर टेस्ट है, दोनों के कार्यसूची से कोई लेना देना नहीं है, वो अलग जांच एजेंसी है। वो संयोग है कि दोनों एक ही दिन हो रहा है। अब संयोग है कि क्या है नहीं जानते हैं, ये संयोगी हो सकता है। इस पर चलिए।
So there we have Tarkishore Prasad, former deputy CM of Bihar, stating the fact that the CBI raid is also CBI is also conducting. I'm joined by former minister राणा रणधीर सिंह। राणा रणधीर जी, ये सीबीआई रेड हो रही है और आज फ्लोर टेस्ट है, तो क्या ये महज संयोग है या कि भ्रष्टाचार पर नकेल कसा जा रहा है?
देखिए, भ्रष्टाचार पर कार्रवाई तो लगातार सरकार कर ही रही है। अब ये आज के दिन एक इत्तेफाक हो सकता है, लेकिन घोटाले करेंगे जो लोग जनता के पैसों को हजम करने का प्रयास करेंगे, उन पर निश्चित रूप से छापेमारी होगी। और हम तो आज ये कह रहे हैं कि सारी दुनिया का हिंदू आज अपने को अपमानित महसूस कर रहा है। आज सारी दुनिया का हिंदू अपने को आहत महसूस कर रहा है। जिस दुनिया के सारे हिंदू जिस गया जी तीर्थ धाम पर आकर के अपने पुरखों को तर्पण करते हैं, अपने पुरखों का श्राद्ध करते हैं, वहां उस गया जी धाम में भगवान विष्णु के मंदिर में जहां अहिंदुओं का प्रवेश वर्जित है, वहां उन्होंने अहिंदुओं को प्रवेश करा करके ये बहुत बड़ा पाप किया है।
पाठ तो कोई भी कर सकता है, मजार भी जाते हैं हिंदू।
बिल्कुल नहीं,
छठ भी लोग करते हैं।
देखिए, सब चीजें हैं। मक्का में किसी को जाने की इजाजत है क्या? कोई हिंदू जा सकता है क्या? वैसे ही हमारे धर्म में, हमारे तीर्थों में कुछ स्थान ऐसे हैं जहां अहिंदुओं का प्रवेश वर्जित है और उसमें गया जी का तीर्थ धाम है। और इसलिए हम कह रहे हैं कि विनाश काले विपरीत बुद्धि, इनका विनाश होना है, इसलिए विपरीत हो रहा।
जी, सवाल
छापेमारी, जो लोग षड्यंत्र करेंगे, जो लोग भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे, जो लोग जनता के पैसों का घोटाला करेंगे, उन पर छापेमारी होनी ही चाहिए।
अगर ऐसे आज के खास दिन के अगर मान लीजिए जो विपक्ष के यहाँ छापामारी पड़ जाए, तब तो सवाल
देखिए,
वो तो पहुंच ही नहीं पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल नहीं, वो तंत्र है, वो अपना काम करता है। हम यहाँ लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में आए हैं, हम अपना काम करते हैं। वो सरकार का तंत्र है, वो भ्रष्टाचारियों पर नकेल कसने वाला तंत्र है, वो अपना काम करता है।
तो कर रही है कि वो सरकार का तंत्र नहीं, आप लोग का तंत्र।
देखिए, वो तो कुछ भी कहेंगे, वो तो कुछ भी कहेंगे। जब पलटू चाचा ने सारी नैतिकता की हदें तोड़ दी हैं, तो कुछ भी कर सकते हैं।
All right, so that's the drama that's taking place outside the Bihar Assembly. Do remember that the floor test begins at about 11 o'clock. But before that, we are expecting an address from the Speaker, who of course has been, it has been said that he does not enjoy the confidence anymore. Pictures on your screen are also from protests that are taking place outside Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence. On the left-hand side, of course, is Sunil Singh, who's been raided.
जिला चक्का जाम रहेगा। अब भाजपा को नामो निशान बिहार से निकाल दिया जाएगा। सुनील सिंह औसख है, अभी पता नहीं है अमित शाह को। सुनील
8400 कुछ पंचायत है ना अपने बिहार में, तो पूरा पंचायत के पैक्स जो है कोऑपरेटिव से जुड़े।
तो ये सब पूरे मामले को लेकर कार्रवाई लगातार हो रही है। अगर तो अब
किसान पर होगा, किसान पर होगा, छापामारी कहाँ होती है? किसान बड़े उद्योगपति पर होता है।
अरे ये किसने कह दिया उद्योगपति पे होता है? खाली
किसान नेता है,
किसान
नेता है, किसान नेता।
अच्छा एक चीज बताओ, दूध का दूध, पानी का पानी होना चाहिए नहीं?
हाँ होना चाहिए। होगा
कैसे होगा?
कैसे होगा? ये छापेमारी से होगा। पानी का पानी कैसे होगा? जब चोर रहेगा, जब बीजेपी छापामारी कराएगी,
छापामारी चल रहा है।
बीजेपी जब छापामारी कराएगी,
सांसद और विधायक के यहाँ छापामारी चल रहा है, नहीं चल रहा है क्यों? जैसे कि विपक्षियों के यहाँ
जा रहा है, बिजनेसमैन के पास छापा मारा जा रहा है। नहीं, पैसा किसके पास है इंडिया में? बिजनेसमैन के पास कि किसान के पास?
पैसा होना छापेमारी का
नहीं, आप बोल रहे हैं कि छापा
करना उसूल होता
है। गलत है,
क्या होता नहीं? ग्रसित है, हमसे बताए। हम आज से नहीं है राजनीतिक से जुड़े हुए, हम लोग गांव ग्रामीण के हैं, समझे? सब लालू
यहाँ पर लोगों को क्या आप क्या अंदर जाना चाहते हैं?
मैडम जी को अंदर
आपको अंदर जाना है? आप यहाँ रहती हैं? यहाँ रहती हैं? अच्छा, आप उनकी भाभी हैं? मतलब सुनील सिंह की
भाभी है,
गाँव ग्रामीण है। आपको कब पता चला कि छापेमार कार्रवाई हो रही है?
हमको सुबह पता चला है, सुबह पता चला।
अभी कहाँ है सुनील सिंह से आपकी बात हुई है?
हाँ हुई है।
क्या क्या उन्होंने
क्या कहा? उन्होंने कहा कि हम क्या किए हैं, तो वो कुछ नहीं किए है, वो तो गरीब का नेता है। जितने छपरा जिला में चूल्हा जल रहा है, सुनील सिंह के कारण जल रहा है। वो किसान का नेता है, सबको भलाई करते हैं, हर गरीब उनसे खुश है। बहुत अंदर कहाँ नहीं जाने दे रहे हैं,
महिला को तो कहाँ जा रहे हैं, जबरदस्ती जा रहा है।
तो यहाँ पर लगातार जो है कार्रवाई तो हो रही है, लेकिन जो सुनील सिंह के समर्थक हैं वो काफी नाराज दिख रहे हैं, आक्रोशित दिख रहे हैं। उनका कहना है कि ये
66 में यूरिया बेचवाना को संभव।
ये जो कार्रवाई हो रही है, ये कार्रवाई जो है ये केंद्र सरकार के इशारे पर हो रही है, ये सुनील सिंह के समर्थकों का कहना है और इसी बात को लेकर वो नाराज हैं। हमने पूछा कि जब कुछ गलत किया नहीं, डर किस बात का? बोले डर नहीं है, लेकिन ये चुन चुन कर कार्रवाई हो रही है, ये गलत है। ये बड़े बड़े आरोप सुनील सिंह के समर्थकों के द्वारा लगाए जा रहे हैं। उनका कहना है कि यहाँ पर जो सुनील सिंह है वो किसानों के लिए काम करते हैं, उन्होंने किसानों के लिए काम किया है, लेकिन अभी उन पर जो कार्रवाई हो रही है ये कार्रवाई द्वेषपूर्ण है, वेंडेटा है और इस पर लेकर विरोध करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। अभी आपको जो तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे थे, सुनील सिंह की भाभी यहाँ पर पहुंची हुई हैं। उनका कहना है कि वो उनकी भाभी हैं और फिलहाल अंदर जो है CBI की टीम मौजूद है, अंदर सुनील सिंह भी मौजूद हैं, अंदर उनका परिवार भी मौजूद है, उनके बेटे तेजस्वी भी मौजूद हैं। वो थोड़ी देर पहले बाहर निकलकर सामने आए थे, उन्होंने कहा था कि कार्रवाई हो रही है लेकिन कुछ मिल नहीं रहा है, कागजात खंगाले जा रहे हैं। लेकिन सबसे बड़ा सवाल है कि आज के इस पूरे रेड में करीब 24 जगहों पर CBI ने रेड की है और उन 24 जगहों में कई जगह कई लोग ऐसे हैं उनमें 24 में से जिनमें कुछ MLC हैं, कुछ सांसद हैं और सुनील सिंह भी उनमें से एक है जो MLC है। और ये जो उनका फर्स्ट फ्लोर वाला ये जो फ्लैट है यही उनका घर है, इसी घर में सुनील सिंह रहते हैं, इसी घर में उनका पूरा परिवार है और अंदर CBI के तकरीबन 8 से 10 अधिकारी मौजूद हैं और तकरीबन लगभग 2.5 घंटे से ज़्यादा समय से वो यहाँ पर कार्रवाई कर रहे हैं। सवाल ये है कि एक तरफ नारेबाजी हो रही है गेट पर, आप देखिए कि इस अपार्टमेंट के गेट पर सुनील सिंह के तमाम समर्थक अब नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं। जरा इस तस्वीर को दिखाइए मुकेश।
लालू यादव जिंदाबाद, 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 जिंदाबाद। नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी,
नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी,
तानाशाही नहीं चलेगी,
नहीं चलेगी, नहीं चलेगी,
नहीं चलेगी।
यहाँ पर आप देखिए कि किस तरह से नारेबाजी हो रही है और अब इस पूरे मामले को लेकर सियासत भी हो रही है। सियासत इस तरह की आरोप ये कि ये जो हो रहा है ये तस्वीर देखिए। यहाँ पर अब जो समर्थक हैं वो देखिए, यहाँ पर समर्थक जो है वो बातें कह रहे हैं कि जिस तरह से बात कही। हम कुछ और समर्थकों से बात करें। मुकेश जरा इधर आइए, और यहाँ पर हम जो कोशिश करेंगे भैया आप तो स्टूडेंट थे या नौकरी करते हैं?
नहीं। All right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you from two places. One, of course, is outside Sunil Singh's residence, which is continuing to be raided. The other part of it is the BJP protesting outside the assembly right now. I'm going to try and connect with Prakash Singh, who's been breaking down the story for us. Prakash, give us a sense of what's happening outside the Bihar assembly as well. The floor test is supposed to take place in about 15 minutes from now, but the BJP is protesting outside currently.
Well, the BJP MLAs have gone inside the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. Now the proceedings are all set to start at 11 a.m. this morning, and all the MLAs are set to assemble inside the Bihar Vidhan Sabha premises, and after that the floor test would take place, and it is expected that the no confidence motion against the Speaker Vijay Sinha would be put into motion, and thereafter a no confidence proceedings would start. Before that, a ruckus is expected between the BJP and the RJD MLAs as well as the JDU MLAs, because Vijay Sinha, the Speaker of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, who is from the BJP, is not willing to resign. They say that the government did not follow the rules and regulations and the protocol of the proceedings of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, and that is why he has all right to sit on the chair of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. Now, it's a political message that will be sent out by the BJP by not resigning from the Speaker of the Vidhan Sabha post by Vijay Sinha, and thereafter we get to know that the no confidence motion would be moved, and the proceedings would start, the speeches would be done, and it's all available on the live webcast of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha website as well as the Facebook page. So in some times from now, the proceedings of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha would start.
Now, even as this happens, of course, Prakash, we've been seeing these raids that are being conducted by the CBI in the land for jobs scam. Now, the CBI, of course, says that when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the Minister for Railways, he took land in lieu of jobs. We're going to come back to you, Prakash, on that one in just a bit. We slip into a very short break here. On the other side, we will continue to bring you the latest of what's happening in Bihar currently.
Now, much as the AAP tries to, the liquor scam isn't going away. It's not going to go away. Yesterday, the AAP spokesperson tried to deflect. So tonight, I am back. And I'm back on public demand, on your demand, with some really specific questions to the AAP on the liquor scam, on Liquorgate. And I will try my very best to extract an answer. And I think the AAP should answer my specific questions, because Kejriwal entered public life on the back of the anger against corruption in the country in 2010-11. And at that time, I was leading the exposés on corruption in the UPA. And in fact, at that time, Kejriwal lauded and kept quoting details of my exposés, my specific questions. So tonight, his representatives must answer the specific questions I ask, not dodge and not deflect. Corruption is a big issue. It burns the hearts of the people of this country to see the financial mafia, the political mafia, and the liquor mafia loot at the expense of the Aam Aadmi. You can give people all the freebies you want, but the questions on the liquor mafia are not going away. And viewers, if India's only and only independent and independently owned news network does not ask these questions, then who will? That's why this edition of the Liquorgate debate with my specific questions is very significant. And I hope that you will participate by telling me whether you're convinced or not using any interactive tool that is next to you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're back and let's debate.
This is
going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed.
कुशवाहा जी,
जेडीयू के नेताओं पर भी अब छापेमारी होगी क्या?
टूटा था राजद से, तो मुख्यमंत्री का कहना था करप्शन चार्जेस पे बातें नहीं बताई थी, अब क्या कहेंगे इस पे?
फिर से बोलिए, अब दो बाद में एक सवाल पूछिए, अब फिर से पूछिए।
हाँ, मेरा सवाल है कि पिछली बार जब गठबंधन टूटा था राजद से, तब मुख्यमंत्री ने कहा था कि करप्शन के बारे में सवाल पूछे गए, जिसका संतोषजनक जवाब नहीं मिलने के बाद ये सब कुछ हुआ। अब क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
नहीं, इस पर तो बात हो चुकी है। बाकी हमने तो कहा कि कहीं कोई गड़बड़ी है तो केंद्र की एजेंसी का काम है, जांच करे ना, उस पर मेरी कहाँ कोई आपत्ति है। कानून अपने हिसाब से काम करे, कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, लेकिन कानून को बाध्य किया जाए कि हम जब कहें तो कार्रवाई हो, हम नहीं कहें तो कार्रवाई नहीं हो, यह तो पूरे तौर पे गलत है ना।
जेडीयू के नेताओं पर भी अब छापेमारी होगी क्या?
अरे भैया, छापेमारी जनता दल यूनाइटेड के नेता के ऊपर क्या छापेमारी होगी? लेकिन जब जानबूझकर और किसी को परेशान करने के लिए छापेमारी की बात है, कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी छापेमारी वाली एजेंसी को अपने हिसाब से यूज कर रही है, तब कहाँ क्या होगा, क्या कहा जा सकता है?
भाजपा लगातार नीतीश कुमार को पलटू राम के नारे लगा रही है।
चला जाए।
All right, so that of course is the word that's coming in from the RJD, which continues to maintain that this is vendetta politics that is being practiced by central agencies. This of course is a common refrain that we've been hearing from the RJD since the morning. Now raids are being conducted at about 5 leaders of the RJD. Their residences are being raided even as we speak. Now one of them of course is Sunil Singh. He's also the treasurer of the RJD. Now even as all of this takes place in Bihar, simultaneously the assembly session has just begun. Now this is of course a crucial day when the new government of course faces a floor test. All right, the Chief Minister of Bihar, Nitish Kumar, right now on your screens entering the Vidhan Sabha. Do remember that he faces a crucial floor test. The numbers, of course, are clearly in his favour. Prakash is with us. He's taking us through what's happening.
आज पहली बार नहीं हो रहा है छापेमारी। हमारा बिहार की जनता सब हमारा पलवार है। बिहार की जनता पलवार है। पलवार देख रहा है बिहार की जनता।
सरकार बने वो बोल रहे हैं कि चोरी अध्यक्ष इस्तीफा नहीं दे रहे, अध्यक्ष इस्तीफा नहीं दे रहे, उनको
चोरी किया है उसको लौटाना पड़ेगा, जो लोग चोर है उनको लौटाना पड़ेगा। बीजेपी बोल रही है देश के तो वो लोग लूटा है, देश के वो लोग लूट लिया है।
चलिए बढ़िए
जी है, लेकिन अभी हम लोगों ने उनको कहा है कि जो संवैधानिक परंपरा है और जो संसदीय मर्यादा है उसके तहत आपको कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, और उन्होंने भी आश्वासन दिया है।
स्पीकर साहब ने क्या कहा?
नहीं, स्पीकर साहब ने कहा है कि जो भी नियमानुकूल होगा, संसदीय प्रणाली के अनुरूप होगा, हम वही करेंगे।
तो वो तो बोल रहे हैं कि बैठेंगे चेयर पे।
नहीं, चेयर पे तो बैठ ही सकते हैं। चेयर पर बैठने से मना किसने किया? अभी वो अध्यक्ष हैं तो कौन बैठेगा चेयर पर?
आगे की कार्रवाई क्या होगी?
आगे की कार्रवाई तो वो सदन चेयर पर जाके करेंगे, वो करेंगे। उन्होंने आश्वासन दिया है कि हम नियमानुकूल करेंगे। हम लोग नियमानुकूल करेंगे तो सहयोग देंगे, नियम से अगर अलग जाएंगे तो प्रोटेस्ट।
पहला नंबर है हंगामा होगा।
नहीं, हंगामा कौन कहता है भाई? आप लोग ऐसा
मारपीट की नौबत आ रही है।
आप लोग ऐसा आप लोग ऐसा डेरोगेटरी वर्ड क्यों यूज करते हैं?
सीबीआई का रेड हो रहा है सर जगह जगह पे।
देखिए, सीबीआई का रेड ये तो बिल्कुल बदले की कार्रवाई या राजनीतिक रूप से प्रताड़ित करने की कार्रवाई प्रतीत होती है। ऐसा कहीं होता है चुन के अपने विरोधी दल के ही लोगों के यहाँ सीबीआई और ईडी की रेड हो? ये तो मतलब नेचुरल नहीं लगता।
लैंड फॉर जॉब स्कैम का मामला है, जब 2017 में आप लोग महागठबंधन से अलग हुए थे।
वो सब तो सीबीआई हो या ईडी हो जांच कर रही है, तो जो जांच के नतीजे आएंगे।
टाइमिंग है उसको कैसे देख रहे हैं आप?
इसीलिए तो हमने कहा कि ये टाइमिंग सही दिशा में विचार को नहीं ले जाता है। ये स्पष्ट दिखता है कि ये राजनीतिक बदले की भावना से किया गया।
नौकरी की बात है या कौन सा मामला है जिसमें छापेमारी हो रही है?
पता नहीं अब कहाँ आज हो रही है, हमको सब जानकारी थोड़े है कि इतने लोगों पे हो रही है। अब किस पे क्या मामला है मुझे क्या मालूम।
अच्छा, आपको लगता है कि अविश्वास प्रस्ताव के बाद अध्यक्ष को पद पर रहना चाहिए?
नहीं, कौन, हम तो अपने विचार कई दिन से बता रहे हैं और हम समझते हैं, हम आशान्वित हैं और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि अध्यक्ष नियमानुसार ही व्यवहार करेंगे और हम लोगों को आपत्ति दर्ज कराने का मौका नहीं देंगे।
वहाँ मीटिंग नहीं, स्पीकर साहब के साथ मीटिंग में कौन कौन थे और क्या कहा आप लोग?
कोई मीटिंग नहीं हुई है, कोई मीटिंग नहीं हुई है, ये सीधे उनसे हम आशा करते हैं।
So there we have Vijay Chaudhary, the former Speaker of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha, clearly stating that the Speaker should resign, and Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, Tejasvi Yadav, former Vidhan Sabha Speaker, was on air a moment back. Vijay Chaudhary was speaking to us. He said that they have requested the Speaker to resign because they don't have the numbers. Mahagathbandhan has the numbers of 164 MLAs and the BJP has only 77 MLAs in the House of 243. So it's high voltage drama here in the Bihar Vidhan Sabha ahead of the floor test. For more news and updates, keep watching Republic TV.
Look, in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address. More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
Going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodiya is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodiya, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodiya.
Welcome back. You're watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking, and we are bringing you all the action that's taking place in Bihar. Even as the new government takes the vote of confidence, there has been massive action since the morning, with the CBI raiding at least 5 leaders of the RJD. Now, this is in connection with the Land for Jobs scam, which the CBI says took place when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. The CBI, of course, has been investigating this scam, where they allege that RJD leader Lalu Prasad Yadav's family was given land in lieu of D-category jobs in the railways. Prakash Singh is continuing to bring us the latest. He's reporting from outside the Vidhan Sabha currently. Prakash, the timing of these raids, of course, is being questioned by the RJD.
There you see the Bihar Vidhan Sabha BJP MLAs are all queued up. They are here to welcome of the BJP, and as also we get to know that the Bihar Vidhan Sabha Speaker would be coming out. All the BJP are here. Welcome the BJP, the Bihar Vidhan Sabha Speaker, Bihar Vidhan Sabha, and the ruckus here outside of the Bihar Vidhan Sabha Speaker, and now ahead of the floor test, it's a political drama. Political drama unfolding here in Patna. There you can see the visual on your.
The leaders of Germany and Canada have said that a new hydrogen pact will kickstart a transatlantic hydrogen supply chain, with the first deliveries expected in just 3 years. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz signed the deal in the port town of Stevensville. A Canadian company has plans to build a zero-emission plant that will use wind energy to produce hydrogen and ammonia for export.
Canada-Germany Hydrogen Alliance is a historic step forward for our shared future. Our target is clear: working towards initial exports of Canadian hydrogen to Germany by 2025. And our outcomes are clear as well.
Moving quickly to assign blame, Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the brazen car bombing that killed the daughter of leading right-wing Russian political thinker over the weekend. Ukraine denied involvement. This comes in the backdrop of Daria Dugina, the 29-year-old commentator with a nationalist Russian TV channel, who died when a remotely controlled explosive device planted in her SUV blew up as she was driving on the outskirts of Moscow, ripping the vehicle apart and killing her on the spot. The husband of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi pleaded guilty to misdemeanor driving under the influence charges related to a May crash in California's wine country. He was sentenced to 5 days in jail and 3 years of probation. Paul Pelosi already has served 2 days in jail and received conduct credit for 2 other days. Paul Pelosi will work 8 hours in the court's work program in lieu of the remaining day, which he did not attend. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged the international community to issue an ultimatum to Russia to remove its troops from Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Zelensky said that the ongoing Russian military presence there was a danger to the entire world, and soldiers were not well versed in nuclear energy issues.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic. I'm Rukma, and in our top story, even as we speak, we are covering the mega action since this morning, as private secretaries of RJD leaders are under the scanner, along with top netas of the party. A few politicians from the party had a role to play in the land for jobs scam between 2004 and 2009. Searches are on in Madhubani and Katihar. Politicians and private individuals who helped in getting sale and gift deeds from family members of candidates seeking substitute Group C and D jobs are under the scanner. So government officials as well as RJD netas under the CBI lens, and it's a major crackdown on a day that's politically very important for the Mahagathbandhan government in the state, the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar. Many of the RJD leaders who are part of the coalition under the scanner in the mega land for jobs corruption scam. It's a major crackdown by the CBI on RJD leaders as well as secretaries. And it's over to Shravan now, Shravan Sen, our senior executive editor, to take us through this all the major developments so far, the significance of this crackdown. Shravan, it's over to you.
In fact, Rukma, the latest details we are getting in right now is with regards to the searches that are being carried out at 24 locations in Bihar itself. We're being told the latest coming in from Madhugadi as well as in Katihar is the latest that we are being told. But the bigger information that we have at our disposal right now is the fact that private secretaries of RJD leaders are also under the scanner. I'll try and flesh this out for our viewers to try and put this into perspective. Why exactly private secretaries of these leaders are now becoming important for this entire investigation? That's primarily because of two reasons. One, the time that Union Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav was at the helm of affairs at the Railway Ministry, remember there was the recruitment that was basically being carried out, the recruitment for Group B and Group C candidates. In fact, we are now being told that with regards to these candidates, they were basically giving their application forms or submitting their application forms to Lalu Prasad's OSD, Bhola Yadav, who was collecting all of these applications at Lalu Prasad Yadav's official residence in Patna. In fact, in return of that, there was land that was gifted by these undeserving candidates, and these private secretaries of several of these RJD leaders were also playing an important role. In fact, the latest that we are picking up is that at least 3 RJD leaders, when we are not naming them at this point in time because the investigation is underway right now, Rukma, but at least 3 RJD leaders are now under the scanner. Their private secretaries are under the scanner. A medical college is now under the scanner. These are fast developments that are taking place as the Central Bureau of Investigation carries out the searches. Now, important to point out here is that Bhola Yadav, in fact, is in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation, and he has basically made an admission. He's made an admission right now in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation that he was basically collecting all these materials, or in fact from
Right. So the names that we are getting as of now, even as Shravan Sen is joining us and giving us a detailed account, a recap of the events so far. So back-to-back developments since this morning. Many names cropping up, top names in the state, in the government, as well as in political circles, the close aides of Lalu under the scanner of the CBI. It's a mega crackdown on corruption in the state, in the land for jobs scam, even as it's politically a very important day for the Mahagathbandhan government.
लेकिन मुझे अफसोस है कि ऐसा करने का मुझे अवसर ही नहीं दिया गया। सरकार का 9 अगस्त को इस्तीफा देना और 10 अगस्त को नई सरकार का प्रस्ताव देना, लोकतंत्र में बहुमत के हिसाब से ये परंपरा, नैतिकता पर हम चर्चा नहीं करेंगे। लोकतंत्र की खूबसूरती कहें या लोकतंत्र की बदसूरती कहें, ये जनता के ऊपर छोड़ते हैं।
And it's, as we were saying, as we've been continuously saying, it's a very significant, very important day as far as the Bihar Vidhan Sabha is concerned. And we are tracking those developments there in the Bihar Assembly as well, of the floor test of the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government. Let's listen in to know more.
बीच प्रेस मीडिया और अखबारों से मालूम हुआ कि 9 अगस्त को लोगों ने मेरे खिलाफ सचिव को अविश्वास प्रस्ताव की सूचना भेजी है। उस दिन सार्वजनिक अवकाश था। पुनः 10 अगस्त को सरकार गठन के पूर्व ही लोगों ने अविश्वास प्रस्ताव सचिवीय कार्यालय में जाकर दिया। इस परिस्थिति में उनके अविश्वास के आरोप का सही जवाब देना हमारी नैतिक जिम्मेदारी बन गई, क्योंकि यदि हम इस्तीफा दे देते तो उनके आरोप का जवाब उन्हें नहीं मिल पाता। माननीय सदस्यगण, आप सभी बिहार में लोकतंत्र के इस सबसे बड़े मंदिर के पुजारी हैं। मैं आप सभी को यह बताना चाहूंगा कि आपने जो अविश्वास प्रस्ताव लाया है वह अस्पष्ट है। 9 माननीय सदस्यों का पत्र मिला, जिसमें से 8 लोगों का प्रस्ताव नियमानुकूल प्रतीत नहीं होता है। एक माननीय सदस्य श्री ललित यादव जी द्वारा दिया गया, जो अब माननीय मंत्री हैं, जिसमें वह वर्णित है कि आप विश्वास मत खो चुके हैं। ये मुझे सही लगा, लेकिन मुझ पर अन्य आरोप जो कुछ माननीय सदस्यों द्वारा लगाया गया है, मनमानी करने का, कार्यशैली और व्यवहार अलोकतांत्रिक रखने का, तानाशाही प्रवृत्ति का, माननीय सदस्य खासकर श्री चंद्रशेखर जी जो अब माननीय शिक्षा मंत्री हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि मुझसे गौरवशाली परंपरा शर्मसार हुआ। माननीय सदस्यगण, 20 माह के बहुत छोटे से कार्यकाल में मैं सदन में 100% प्रश्नों के उत्तर का आने
Live updates there from the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. Prakash Singh, our senior editor, Special Projects, has been continuously in touch with the top political leaders. Politically, it's a very important day for the Bihar Vidhan Sabha. The floor test of the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government set to take place today in just a short while from now. Meanwhile, there's high drama outside the assembly. As you can see, BJP workers protesting there. And well, with various banners, very interesting banners. We were showing you those in our visuals a short while back, as Nitish Kumar, through a single decision, topples his functioning government and joins hands with the RJD. Now, RJD leaders under the scanner, top leaders, Sunil Singh among them, very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav. In fact, as Prakash was just telling us, one of his closest aides. It's the land for jobs scam here under investigation by the CBI that is the focus. And so a mega crackdown on corruption on one side, and breaking news coming in now. Shavan telling us about all that's happening in this mega crackdown of the CBI in Patna even as we speak. Shavan, it's over to you. Well, the assembly has convened as far as latest reports are coming in, and we were just bringing you those visuals live from inside. But now, so many back-to-back developments. As Shavan was just telling us, we're trying to get in touch with him, and he has all the details, all the updates as they're happening, along with Prakash Singh, who's our senior editor on the ground there in Patna. Shavan, mega raids, mega crackdown on corruption, even as politically, on the other hand, a very important day inside the Vidhan Sabha. It's over to you to take us from here on.
Well, in fact, Rukma, it is bound to have some sort of a political repercussion, given the fact that what we have seen over the last few months, in fact, that opposition parties have been training their guns at
Right, Shavan, and now, as far as we know, 5 of Lalu's very close aides, his inner circle, can we say, under the CBI lens. and mega crackdown on one side, protests on the other. The BJP protesting outside the assembly, inside the assembly, the all-important and very crucial floor test that the Mahagathbandhan government, the newly formed Mahagathbandhan government with the Congress, the RJD and the JDU, the allies. RJD, a major faction in that Mahagathbandhan government. Now, the inner circle, Lalu Prasad Yadav's inner circle, under the CBI scanner, Sunil Singh among them. RJD MLC, other MPs also under the scanner, private secretaries, and more names could crop up. This is the land for jobs scam you're talking about. And since this morning, we've seen mega action against corruption in the Bihar capital as the CBI cracks down and conducts raids across various locations in Patna and in fact in Katihar as well. And although the RJD is crying foul with the usual claims of being harassed. And Shravan once again with us. Shravan, what breaking updates do you have? Also, a recap of the events, the significance of whatever has been happening in the Bihar capital since this morning.
Well, in fact, Rukmar, let me start with the latest news now coming in. 24 locations where these searches are being carried out. As of now, we're not very sure whether these 24 locations are all within the state of Bihar or it could be outside. That confirmation yet to come in from our sources within the Central Bureau of Investigation. But what we can tell our viewers is that now this has gone beyond Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. In fact, we are picking up that RJD leaders' private secretaries are also under the scanner. The reason being that between 2004 and 2009, when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister, there have been other RJD leaders who have essentially played a crucial role in the land for jobs scam. What exactly is the scam all about? This was basically the recruitment drive that was being carried out by the railway ministry. Undeserving candidates landed up with a job at the railway ministry, the Group D and the Group C staff members. In fact, it was Lalu Prasad Yadav's close aides, Bhola Yadav, who was collecting these applications from the candidates, that too at the official residence of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Rabri Devi. And it doesn't end there. We are given to understand in return, these undeserving candidates were actually giving out gifts in the form of land deeds to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. That's the allegation that has been leveled. Now, the only difference here is that in this particular case is that this has gone a little beyond mere allegations. In fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation has also accessed certain land deeds. These land deeds were basically recovered from the premises of some of these candidates who landed up getting a job at the railway ministry to begin with. And secondly, what's very important to point out here is that these land deeds clearly go on to indicate that the parcel was actually in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav's family members. And that is the reason why the agency is saying that they have incriminating evidence against the railway minister, former railway minister's family members. Now, to answer the question that whether this is all about vendetta politics, important to point out here is that the FIR was registered way before the Mahagathbandhan government came to power. Secondly, there were arrests that were even made even before the Mahagathbandhan was formed in the state of Bihar. Important to point out here is that a close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, Bhola Yadav, was arrested by the Central Bureau of Investigation, and following his interrogation, we are given to understand that there was a decision that was essentially made that there are more number of people who are part of this entire land for job scam, and that is the reason why it is high time that these searches are basically carried out to gather more evidence in this particular case.
Well, Shravan, tell us about the major names that we know of, that are cropping up in this entire investigation, the significant names that need to be taken note of.
Well, Well, at this point in time, Rukma, just because the investigation is underway, the searches are underway, perhaps we will have to refrain from taking the names of some of those leaders who are under the scanner, unlike some of the other networks who basically, jumped the gun by taking the names of some of those leaders where the searches are whose premises are being searched at the Republic Media Network. Will perhaps be a little bit more cautious given the fact that these searches have only started earlier in the day. Perhaps a little later, when the searches are, they've made substantial progress, we would be in a position to put out some more details. But all that we can confirm right now, at least, is that 3 RJD top parliamentarians are under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation. A very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav is also under the scanner. In fact, premises of this close aide is being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Beyond that, we are being told that in places like Katihar and Madhubani, in Katihar, a medical college is being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This too is connected to a RJD parliamentarian, is what we are picking up at this point in time. But what has essentially happened is that today there appears to be a mega crackdown, one by the Central Bureau of Investigation and the other by the Enforcement Directorate, both coming in from 2 states where you're seeing a lot of political repercussions taking place. In Bihar, we've already seen with the RJD leaders, even JDU now coming out and essentially saying that these are the Central Bureau of Investigation and the Enforcement Directorate basically are working at the behest of the centre. This is vendetta politics. The Enforcement Directorate is carrying out searches in Jharkhand. There are 17 other locations where these searches are being carried out. There too, it's regarding the illegal mining scam in which a close associate of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren is under the scanner. He was picked up by the Enforcement Directorate, and thereafter now we are being told that these searches are being carried out at 17 locations. Now, coming back to the Central Bureau of Investigations, the investigation that's being carried out, fresh details basically emerging of the fact that some of the close associates of the former Chief Minister, former Union Minister, Lalu Prasad Yadav, they are under the scanner. Their premises are currently being searched. Just to in a nutshell, to put this into perspective, what this case is all about. Now, between 2004 and 2009, when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the Union Railway Minister, there was a recruitment drive that was basically carried out for the Group D and Group C staff members in the railway department. What turns out is that undeserving candidates approached some of the close aides of the Union Minister. For instance, in this case, it is Bhola Yadav, and there were promises essentially made that jobs would be provided to them, and that's exactly what happened. Jobs were actually provided, but in lieu of that, we're given to understand land parcels were given to Lalu Prasad's family members. And why this becomes even more obvious is the fact that in this particular case, there is no diversion of funds, or it is not like shell companies were created, money was diverted in order to perhaps camouflage this entire operation. In this case, what appears to be a clear-cut transaction between the undeserving candidates and, for that matter, the union ministers, the former union minister and his family members, because the land deeds, which in a short while from now, Republic Media Network is also going to put out more details, because we've accessed some crucial documents which basically raises very uncomfortable questions about the alleged corruption indulged by the former union minister, because these land deeds, if you take a look at it, these land deeds is a clear reflection of the fact that these were land parcels that were basically taken into the name, directly in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members.
Right. Also, Shravan, if we talk about action that can be taken in such cases by the CBI, what would we be looking at? Also, the kind of timeline. It's been almost 18 years in some cases, almost 13 years in others. What kind of a timeline are we looking at as far as action against them is concerned? And well, we are covering all the updates, Republic tracking the developments, even as there's a floor test. We are trying to get in touch with Prakash Singh, who is there outside the Vidhan Sabha, where there are protests underway, as you can see in those visuals, on the part of the BJP in the midst of a mega crackdown at various locations. Shravan telling us that it's 24 locations since last count. mega crackdown by the CBI in connection with the land for jobs scam. Of course, names are being mentioned, and in a short while from now, it will be clearer who are the people who are being raided, who are the people, which are the premises exactly that are being searched. It's still a developing story there, but Shawan getting us all the updates, and Prakash Singh there on the political developments in the state as the Mahagathbandhan government made of the JDU, the RJD and the Congress and the allies, the Mahagathbandhan alliance there goes in for the floor test, the crucial So live visuals, Republic getting you from inside the Vidhan Sabha. We'll very shortly be getting in touch with Prakash, who's telling us all about what's happening there in the Bihar capital. Since this morning, we've seen mega raids, a mega crackdown on corruption, and the land for jobs scam in focus once again. In many cases, it's 18 years since the scam happened. In other cases, it's 13. Jobs are provided in the railways in return for land parcels and other gifts. And many important RJD leaders' names cropping up in the matter. Of course, we'll be confirming, Shawan will be confirming all those details as we try to get in touch with them. Meanwhile, look at these visuals, the BJP there, BJP cadre protesting outside the assembly. And Lalu cadre also protesting against the mega action by the CBI, the Central Bureau of Investigation, continuing its probe into the land for jobs scam. Meanwhile, news coming in from inside the Vidhan Sabha. The Bihar Speaker has resigned, and in a short while from now, we'll be getting you all the updates as they happen, as voting begins for that crucial floor test of the Mahagathbandhan government led by Nitish Kumar with Tejasvi Yadav as his deputy. So Republic tracking all the updates from Bihar as the mega crackdown against corruption and political developments on the other. Stay tuned. Keep watching Republic TV. More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan drug advisory program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that one we look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
Going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are seeing that Manish Sisodia is already under the radar of CBI. Deputy Chief Minister is summoned, and this is in the defamation case which was filed by Hemanta Biswa Sarma. The allegation which was raised in by Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, that's Manish Sisodia, and now the court has given the order, and now Manish Sisodia has to be there on 29th of September in this particular defamation case.
The leaders of Germany and Canada have said that a new hydrogen pact will kick Cutting right across to visuals that we are getting from Bihar. Now, searches are underway in Kathiawar Medical College. 25 or so locations are being raided. Now, there is a particular mall that's also being searched. We are given to understand that the mall that's being raided currently is believed to be linked to Tejashwi Yadav. Raids, of course, are being conducted by the CBI in about 24 locations, and 5 leaders who are believed to be from Lalu Prasad Yadav's close circle are being raided even as we speak. Now, the CBI, of course, is conducting these raids in the Land for Jobs scam. The allegation that the CBI has made is that there were landed deals that were given to the family of Lalu Prasad Yadav in return for jobs to people granted under D quota when he was the railway minister. Shravan Sen continues to break down the details of this story for us. Shravan, we are also now learning that a mall that's believed to be linked to Tejashwi Yadav is being raided currently. Give us more details, please, of what's happening.
Well, in fact, some more details now coming in. In fact, I'm just putting this out, Rukma, right away. Urban Cubes 71. That's the mall linked to Tejashwi Yadav that is being searched right now. In fact, that's the latest details coming in. This is a company called White Land Corporation Private Limited, which is constructing this mall in Sector 71 of Gurgaon. It is suspected that family members of Lalu Prasad Yadav are associated with this particular company responsible for the construction of this mall. Now, why this mall becomes crucial? Because it is suspected that the proceeds of crime were essentially diverted through this construction of this mall in Gurgaon. It's in Sector 71 is what I'm being told. The name of the mall is Urban Cubes 71. It's an under construction mall where the searches are basically underway. 25 plus locations where these searches are being carried out, including Delhi as well as in Gurgaon. In Bihar, we are being told it's in Madhubani, Katihar, Patna and a few other locations. A total of 25 plus locations where these searches are basically underway. But Tejashwi Yadav, that's the big link that's emerging at this point in time, Nupur. Because remember, in the FIR that was registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation, in which Lalu Prasad Yadav, Rabri Devi as well as few other family members were named as an accused, including Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughters that came under the scanner. But now what's emerging is that even Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar is now under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation, because here is a mall that is linked to Tejashwi Yadav that is currently being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. So fast-paced developments, we're getting in more and more links as far as these searches are basically that are being carried out. 25 plus locations is where we can now confirm where these searches are being carried out, Nupur.
Right, absolutely. Shravan, till, of course, a few minutes ago, the searches were linked to people who were from Lalu Yadav's inner circle, but not essentially to someone from his family. And currently, of course, the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Tejashwi Yadav. So any reactions that we are getting now in lieu of these searches that are being conducted in Gurgaon? Of course, the RJD since the morning has been saying that this is political vendetta.
Well, as far as the reaction from the RJD is concerned, you've already heard some of the reactions that came in from Patna, where they essentially highlighting the fact that perhaps it is the Bharatiya Janata Party which is being completely spooked with the Mahagathbandhan forming the government there. But just beyond this political rhetoric right now, Dupur, what's important to point out is the facts of the case. Is there any merits in this particular case? What turns out is very clear. One, this is an FIR that was registered much before the Mahagathbandhan government was formed in Bihar. Secondly, there were arrests that were also made even when the BJP and JDU was basically in power. Now, what's important to point out here is that there was interrogation done of a man called Bhola Yadav. Bhola Yadav is considered to be a very close aide of Lalu Prasad Yadav, and it is he who has taken the name of the former Chief Minister as well as the Union Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav in the custody of the Central Bureau of Investigation. He's admitted to the fact that he has collected applications of these candidates at the official residence of Lalu Prasad Yadav and Rabri Devi, and in return there were land parcels that were taken in the name of Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. There's a large amount of money that has basically come under the scanner, is being scrutinized by the Central Bureau of Investigation. But the latest update now coming in that part of the money, the proceeds of crime, they were basically diverted into a mall. And this mall is located in Sector 71 of Gurgaon, which goes by the name of Urban Cubes 71. A company that owns this mall is called the White Land Private Limited. Now it's once again a company in which it is suspected that the Yadav members are associated with. So that is the reason why we're now being told that these searches are basically being carried out with the intention to find out what's the link, whether at all the money that they've been able to track down, was it diverted, funneled into the construction of this particular mall in a posh area in Gurugram.
Now, what we were learning from the CBI in the FIR that they'd filed earlier, Shravan, was the fact that there was a private company that was controlled by Lalu Yadav's family. And as you yourself pointed out, there were some proceeds which were diverted over there. Now, is this company that you are mentioning, Whiteland Corporation, essentially linked to the family as well?
Well, at this point in time, yes, Tupur, I spoke to my source just a while back to get more details on these searches that were being carried out. I'm given to understand that Whiteland Private Limited, this is a company in which the Yadav family is associated with at this stage. What's the exact link? Perhaps we'll have to wait and watch, because the searches are basically underway. It's going to take some more time before they divulge any information. But all that we can confirm is that the CBI basically suspects that the proceeds of crime, or the money that was essentially made from this land for job scam, that money was diverted. This money was diverted into the construction of this mall through this company called Whiteland Corporation. In fact, we are being told that this is a mall which is in Sector 71. It is an under construction mall, and a part of the money was diverted into the construction of this this mall. Who exactly is associated? As of now, we are being told that the Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav is essentially linked to this mall where the searches are being carried out. Important to point out here once again, Nupur, is that all this while we knew that it is, this investigation was all about the former Chief Minister Rabri Devi as well as former Union Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav and some of his other family members, which included the daughters. But it now turns out that even Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav is now under the scanner of the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Now, Shravan, the CBI had found about 7 instances of, jobs being allegedly given to candidates when their family members transferred lands to Lalu Prasad Yadav. Now, in most of these cases, we are given to understand that cash deals were involved, and the current value, I believe, of these land parcels is believed to be about 4.39 crores or so. That's what the CBI has said in its FIRs?
Well, in the FIR, they've categorically mentioned about the several candidates that have been examined. These candidates, they had applied for the Group D and Group C staff recruitment in the Railway Department. We are being told that they have also come across land parcels in places.
All right, I'm sorry, Shravan, I'll have to interrupt you there. We're going to cut across to a press conference that the BJP is holding currently.
पे झूठ बोलते हैं। संजय सिंह जी ने क्या झूठ बोले हैं पहले मैंने आपको बताया उसके बारे में। इन्होंने अरुण जेटली जी और गडकरी जी के बारे में क्या झूठ बोले वो भी मैंने बताया। पर कल क्या हुआ मेरे साथ और क्यों मैं ये लाइव कर रहा हूं। कल आम आदमी पार्टी की अधिकृत प्रवक्ता, सीनियर प्रवक्ता आतिशी मारलेना, बड़ी वरिष्ठ प्रवक्ता है, पार्टी के अलग अलग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करती है। अब वो आकर करेंगी दूसरी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, हाय हमारे साथ ये हो गया, हाय हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ा जा रहा है, हाय हमारे पास ऑडियो है पर हम दिखाएंगे नहीं, सुनाएंगे नहीं, हम समय का इंतजार करेंगे। ये सारी चीजें वो करेंगी। वो ट्रेलर पे ट्रेलर, ट्रेलर पे ट्रेलर, फिल्म नहीं आ रही, ट्रेलर पे ट्रेलर आ रहे हैं। बहरहाल आतिशी मारलेना विधायक भी है। कल मेरे साथ संवाद में वो कहती हैं सत्येंद्र जैन तो सबसे ज्यादा ईमानदार है, पद्म भूषण मिलना चाहिए उन्हें। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा है जी कट्टर ईमानदार है। मैंने उनसे बताया कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कल तो उनको कोर्ट ने फिर से एक बार राहत नहीं दी, बेल नहीं दी। वो 27 तारीख तक हिरासत में ही रहेंगे, रिमांड में ही रहेंगे। पर आतिशी जी सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कोर्ट के आदेश और स्ट्रिक्चर्स आए। आतिशी कहती हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी कहती है, झूठों के सरदार कहते हैं, पिनोकियो ऑफ इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स कहते हैं, कोर्ट का कोई आदेश ही नहीं है। नाना सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कोर्ट का कोई आदेश नहीं है। ये उन्होंने कल कहा है। कल 7 बजे के शो में, डिबेट में, जहां पर वो और मैं 1-on-1 थे, फेस ऑफ था, एक निजी चैनल के मंच पर उन्होंने ये बातें कही हैं। और मैंने उस समय उन्हें कहा कि मैं आ जाऊंगा सारे प्रूफ लेकर, सारे तथ्य लेकर आ जाऊंगा। मैं तो एक, देखिए, मैं ना मुख्यमंत्री, मैं ना उप मुख्यमंत्री, मैं ना इतना बड़ा विधायक, ना मैं कोई बड़ी हस्ती, मैं तो एक लौता, एक दो कुर्ते हैं, मैं आ जाता हूं। अब मैं आ गया हूं। मैंने कहा फिल्म सिटी आ जाते हैं, सारे मीडिया बंधु के ऑफिसेज यही हैं, मैं अपने कागज ले आता हूं, आप अपने कागज ले आना, मेरा मुंह बंद करवा देना। आपके पास तो पूरा डिपार्टमेंट है, पंजाब का भी है, दिल्ली का भी है, इतना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, इतना पैसा, इतना एडवर्टाइजमेंट का जोर, सारी चीजें आपके पास, आ जाना। भाग गई। एक उनके दूसरे प्रवक्ता भी भाग गए थे, आज ये भी भाग गई। पर उन्होंने कहा कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ तो कोई कोर्ट का है ही नहीं कुछ आदेश। आज मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि कितना झूठ ये बोलते हैं। और अगर इस मामले में इतना झूठ बोलते हैं, सोचिए इस बात को जरा, थोड़े कल्पना कीजिए कि अगर इस बारे में, जिसके बारे में प्रूफ सार्वजनिक पटल पर है, उस पर इतना झूठ बोलेंगे, तो ये शराब नीति को लेकर और बाकी सारे जो आरोप लगा रहे हैं उसको लेकर कितना झूठ बोल रहे हैं। अब मैं आपको दिखाता हूं कि कोर्ट ने सत्येंद्र जैन।
All right, that of course is Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP over there targeting Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party over Liquorgate scam. The Aam Aadmi Party of course is also holding a live briefing currently. So there has been a war of words between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party over the liquor scam.
इसमें इन्होंने कहा कि सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ कुछ नहीं है, मैं पढ़कर सुना रहा हूं। इसमें लिखा गया है कि inter alia notes that the cash that was routed through accommodation entries in the garb of share capital premium in fact belonged to Mr. Satyendra Kumar Jain and it was at his direction that the entire transaction, हवाला transaction की बात हो रही है, was orchestrated. ये writ petition C6541/2017 and 6543 of 2017 page 16 of 18 para 30 में लिखा गया है। तो 2019 के अगस्त में ही सत्येंद्र जैन ये हवालाबाजी कर रहे थे, ये स्पष्ट हो चुका था, साबित हो चुका था। उसके बाद मैं आता हूं एक और हाईकोर्ट की फाइंडिंग पर। यह हाईकोर्ट की रिट पिटीशन है, रिट पिटीशन C10207/2022। ये जुलाई 2022 की रिट पिटीशन है। पैरा 23 में लिखा गया है, इट इज पर्टिनेंट टू नोट एट दिस जंक्चर that while it is not for the court to issue directions to the chief minister, of course कोर्ट नहीं कह सकती किसको मंत्री रखे ना रखे, विवेक और अधिकार क्षेत्र मुख्यमंत्री का होता है, but it is the duty of the court to remind the duty holders, key duty holders with regard to their role and uphold the tenets of the constitution. The Council of Ministers has a collective responsibility to sustain and uphold the integrity of Constitution of India, and it is for the chief minister to act in the best interest of the state and to consider as to whether a person who has criminal background or has been charged with offences involving moral turpitude shall be appointed or continued to allow to as a minister or not. मतलब कि ये कहा जा रहा है कि क्या एक मंत्री को कंटिन्यू करने की अनुमति दी जानी चाहिए जिसके ऊपर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड और मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड है, ये तय करे खुद मुख्यमंत्री जी। परंतु एक बात स्पष्ट है कि सत्येंद्र जैन के ऊपर क्रिमिनल बैकग्राउंड और मॉरल टर्पिट्यूड की बात की गई। और अगर ये बात सही नहीं है तो मैं आपको बताता हूं, ये छपा भी है, ये ऑर्डर आने के बाद ये इंडियन एक्सप्रेस जैसे अखबार में छपा है। इंडियन एक्सप्रेस छापता है, फॉर केजरीवाल टू डिसाइड वेदर जैन शुड बी अलाउड टू कंटिन्यू इन द कैबिनेट, दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट। और उसके बाद नीचे स्टोरी जो लिखी गई है सोफी एहसान के द्वारा. दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट said it is for the chief minister to consider if a person who has criminal background or has been charged with offences involving moral turpitude should be allowed to continue as a minister. उसके अलावा जब 2 दिन बाद इस फैसले के बाद एक ट्रायल कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया. ट्रायल कोर्ट का ऑर्डर आया और उसमें ट्रायल कोर्ट, लोअर कोर्ट कहती है पृष्ठ नंबर 7 में इस ऑर्डर के, लुकिंग एट द मटेरियल ऑन रिकॉर्ड इट कैन बी सेड प्राइमा फेसाई सफिशिएंट इंक्रिमिनेटिंग एविडेंस अबाउट द इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑफ द अक्यूज्ड, जिसमें सत्येंद्र जैन है. दस कॉग्निजेंस ऑफ द ऑफेंस अंडर सेक्शन 3 ऑफ पीएमएलए अंडर सेक्शन 4 ऑफ पीएमएलए 2002 इज टेकन. मतलब ये उन्होंने कहा है कि ऑफेंस जो है ये इंक्रिमिनेटिंग एविडेंस है और ये छपा भी है. ये जो है न्यूज़पेपर में छपा भी है कि किस प्रकार से प्राइमा फेसाई सफिशिएंट एविडेंस है सत्येंद्र जैन के खिलाफ, और कोर्ट ने उनके खिलाफ चार्जशीट भी तय की है. इतना ही नहीं, कोर्ट ने तो एक आदेश में यह भी कहा है कि जिन अस्पतालों की हेल्थ रिपोर्ट वो ला रहे थे एलएनजेपी से, उसको कंसिडर नहीं करना है. ये दिल्ली हाईकोर्ट ने ट्रायल कोर्ट को भी कहा. ये भी उन्होंने एक प्रकार से ऑर्डर या फाइंडिंग दी है. ये इतने सारे सत्येंद्र जैन के ऊपर आदेश आए, स्क्रिप्चर्स आए, ये इतने सारे फैसले आए. ये सत्येंद्र जैन जिनको 3 महीने से राहत नहीं मिली, ये सत्येंद्र जैन जिनको अभी तक राहत नहीं मिली, इनको वो बताते हैं कि ये करप्ट नहीं है, ये कट्टर ईमानदार है. मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूं कि आतिशी मार्लेना जी आज बताएं कि जो उन्होंने कल बात ये रखी कि कोई भी आदेश नहीं है उनके खिलाफ और सत्येंद्र जैन सबसे ईमानदार है, क्या वो उस बात पर अभी भी अडिग रहती हैं? क्या वो झूठ बोल रही थी? और अगर वो उस बात पे इतना झूठ बोल रही थी तो आप सोचिए, कल्पना कीजिए कि किस प्रकार से ये जो 15 सवाल हम उठा रहे हैं बार बार, जो 15 सवाल हम शराब नीति पर उठा रहे हैं, उस पर कितना झूठ बोल रहे हैं और उससे भटकाने के लिए कितना झूठ बोल रहे हैं. अब मैं आपको बता दूं कि 27,64,800 सेकंड तो हो चुके थे. अब इसमें और 10-12 मिनट आप जोड़ लीजिए, इतने सेकंड हो चुके हैं. शराब नीति पर जवाब नहीं आ रहा है, भटका रहे हैं, ABCD कर रहे हैं, परंतु क्या सच है, क्या हकीकत है, उसके बारे में बता नहीं रहे. मैं आतिशी जी आपको फिर से चुनौती देता हूं कि यदि आप सच्ची हैं, ईमानदार है, आपने झूठ नहीं बोला है जैसे आपके दूसरे प्रवक्ता बोलते हैं, आपकी झूठ बोलने की ट्रेनिंग नहीं है, तो बताइए कि क्या ये जो ऑर्डर्स मैंने आपको हाईकोर्ट के और लोअर कोर्ट के बताए सत्येंद्र जैन पर, वो सच है या नहीं. कितने दिनों तक आप झूठ और विक्टिमहुड खेलते रहेंगे? आज आपको सच बताना होगा. जय हिंद, जय भारत.
Of the BJP over there asking some direct questions to the Aam Aadmi Party. Do remember that the two parties have been involved in a face-off over the liquor scam. Now, even as, of course, Shehzad Poonawalla has been speaking about the involvement of senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party in the liquor scam, the Aam Aadmi Party has called it vendetta politics. So, questions being asked over there by Shehzad Poonawalla. We're, of course, still waiting for a response to come in from the Aam Aadmi Party. Do remember that senior leadership of the Aam Aadmi Party is under the scanner in the liquor scam. And some of the pointed questions, of course, that are being asked is why was the policy withdrawn if there was nothing wrong with it? And that is something that we haven't really heard a clarification on as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. Now, earlier, of course, there was another press conference that was being held by the Aam Aadmi Party in response to the allegations that have been made by the BJP. So, the BJP upping the ante over there, going on to talk of the multiple cases that have been lodged against Satyendra Jain. You are watching Republic TV. We are continuing to bring you the latest. And pictures on your screen are of a BJP protest that's taking place in Kerala. We'll get you more when we come back.
Moving quickly to assign blame, Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the brazen car bombing that killed the daughter of leading right-wing Russian political thinker over the weekend. Ukraine denied involvement. This comes in the backdrop of Daria Dugina, the 29-year-old commentator with a nationalist Russian TV channel who died when a remotely controlled explosive device planted in her SUV blew up as she was driving on the outskirts of Moscow, ripping the vehicle apart and killing her on the spot. The husband of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi pleaded guilty to misdemeanor driving under the influence charges related to a May crash in California's wine country. He was sentenced to 5 days in jail and 3 years of probation. Paul Pelosi already has served 2 days in jail and received conduct credit for 2 other days. Paul Pelosi will work 8 hours in the court's work program in lieu of the remaining day, which he did not attend. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged the international community to issue an ultimatum to Russia to remove its troops from Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhia. Zelensky said that the ongoing Russian military presence there was a danger to the entire world, and soldiers were not well versed in nuclear energy issues.
If you look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that one we look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that
Well, currently, of course, protests are taking place in Hyderabad. This is over the arrest and then subsequent release of Raja Singh from the BJP. The BJP, of course, has acted against him. They suspended him yesterday, but the situation continues to remain tense in several areas of old Hyderabad city. We have been seeing protests since last night in various locations, and there have been sloganeering as well. Effigies of the MLA Raja Singh were burned. The police, of course, is still trying to be able to control the situation. But large-scale protests, of course, have been reported from various parts of old Hyderabad over the controversial remarks that were made by Raja Singh. He was, of course, subsequently arrested by the police, but he was granted bail and then released. And that is when all these protests broke out in various parts of Hyderabad. Aneri is reporting live on this. She joins us now. Aneri, give us an update on what's happening. Now, protests, of course, took place late last night as well. And now we can see a large police deployment as well.
And as we can see right now here, the police officials, forces have been called in to move all these protesters here from Shalibanda area. Well, they have been protesting since early morning, and as you can see, now all these protesters, this protest was being led by AIMIM corporator of Patargatti, that's Sohail Qadri, who is there in that vehicle, and all these protesters are now being picked up by the police forces. They all have been moved from here, and also at the same time, they all are being moved from here. As you can see, now all these protesters are shifted into the vehicles, and also now they will be moved from here. Well, Hyderabad has been seeing a massive protest since last 2 days after Raja Singh's controversial statement, and also after the court had given a release order for Raja Singh. But we also continue to see there are massive protests which have been taking place here in Hyderabad, as Hyderabad has been put on high alert and also there are extra forces which have been called in here in Hyderabad. Well, various parts of Old City also has been witnessing protest, and also as we are seeing there was a massive lathi charge which had happened last night, and right now also as these protesters since morning have been raising slogans against Raja Singh and demanding that there should be arrest. Will also try and speak to the DCP here. Sir, what is the situation right now? How many cases are booked?
As of now, no cases are booked on the protesters because we not got anything. If anything comes up, we'll do intimate you during the afternoon or evening briefing. As of now, yeah, there are instances which yesterday night they were telling there are instances. Because yesterday night we were all on the roads, so we could not get any complaint. Today we'll get something on that. We'll act accordingly.
So what is the situation? We have been seeing that various parts of the city. So as you can see, that was the DCP here speaking to us on, and also at the same time says that there are no cases have been registered as of now, and a massive police deployment here at the Shalibanda area, where we can see that police forces are moving all these people from here, from the spot. Well, they have been staging protests since morning, and people are asked not to stand here in this area. Well, now we have been seeing massive police deployment and massive protests taking place in various.
All right, so pictures on your screen are coming to you from Hyderabad. There have been protests that have been taking place since last night. Protesters, of course, raising slogans against Raja Singh. The situation, however, still continues to remain tense in Hyderabad despite a massive police deployment that's being seen in the old city area of Hyderabad. Raja Singh, of course, the BJP leader, has been suspended by the party. He was arrested and then let out on bail, and ever since then we have been seeing scattered protests.
Well, as we have been seeing massive protests happening here in the state of Telangana and especially in Hyderabad, and now as there was protest which was taking place in Hyderabad, we have been seeing that police officials and forces have now all shifted. They have been picked up and now moved to the police station, but also at the same time Hyderabad remains to be on high alert. Keep watching Republic TV. We'll be right back after a short break.
The leaders of Germany and Canada have said that a new hydrogen pact will kickstart a transatlantic hydrogen supply chain, with the first deliveries expected in just 3 years. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and German Chancellor Olaf Scholz signed the deal in the port town of Stevensville. A Canadian company has plans to build a zero-emission plant that will use wind energy to produce hydrogen and ammonia for export.
Canada-Germany Hydrogen Alliance is a historic step forward for our shared future. Our target is clear: working towards initial exports of Canadian hydrogen to Germany by 2025. And our outcomes are clear as well.
Moving quickly to assign blame, Russia declared Ukrainian intelligence responsible for the brazen car bombing that killed the daughter of leading right-wing Russian political thinker over the weekend. Ukraine denied involvement. This comes in the backdrop of Daria Dugina, the 29-year-old commentator with a nationalist Russian TV channel, who died when a remotely controlled explosive device planted in her SUV blew up as she was driving on the outskirts of Moscow, ripping the vehicle apart and killing her on the spot. The husband of US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi pleaded guilty to misdemeanor driving under the influence charges related to a May crash in California's wine country. He was sentenced to 5 days in jail and 3 years of probation. Paul Pelosi already has served 2 days in jail and received conduct credit for 2 other days. Paul Pelosi will work 8 hours in the court's work program in lieu of the remaining day, which he did not attend. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has urged the international community to issue an ultimatum to Russia to remove its troops from Europe's largest nuclear power plant in Zaporizhzhia. Zelensky said that the ongoing Russian military presence there was a danger to the entire world, and soldiers were not well versed in nuclear energy issues.
look in India, we are well on our way to Raj 2.0, run out of Delhi instead of run out of London.
Tamil Nadu Finance Minister Thiagarajan has sparked a massive roar, compared the Modi government to the British Raj. He was speaking at the Oxford Union address.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The U.S. government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan drug advisory program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these incidences. A firing has taken place in which one person was shot dead and one injured as well, and we got CCTV footage of incident. And day in and day out, incidences like this are occurring in different parts of Bihar.
This is going to be more trouble for Aam Aadmi Party, as we are.
The land for job scam gets bigger. RJD Supremo's close circle is now raided. Mega raids on the RJD leader's Tejashwi-linked mall, now under the radar. 5 RJD leaders and raids across 25 locations. It's a swoop down by the CBI. But silent on the scam, the RJD and the JDU cry vendetta, pin the blame on the BJP. Big action by central agencies. Lalu's close circle is raided in Bihar. ED searches on in the Jharkhand mining case as well. A BJP MLA is arrested over controversial remarks. He's set free. Mega protests erupt across Hyderabad.
Now here the
Late night protests in Hyderabad. Shocking Sartan se juda hai slogans are raised. Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri, and straight on to news that we are getting connected to the Liquor Gate scam. We are now learning that the BJP leader has claimed that one accused person in the Liquor Gate scam is believed to be close to Arvind Kejriwal, and he's ready to turn approver against Manish Sisodia. So this is a stunning claim that has been made by the BJP, with the BJP over there saying that one of the accused who's believed to be extremely close to Arvind Kejriwal is ready to turn approver in this particular case. To remember that Liquor Gate case is being investigated by the agencies, and what we heard so far, of course, from the Aam Aadmi Party is the fact that this is political vendetta, but they haven't been able to answer pointed questions on why this policy was actually revoked after the scam came to light. So pictures on your screen are of this tweet that has come forward, where this BJP leader is pointing to the fact that there is someone who's within the close circle of Arvind Kejriwal, who's believed to be ready to turn approver against Manish Sisodia. Raids, of course, were conducted against Manish Sisodia as well. Anuj is joining us right now and he has more details on this. Anuj, give us more details of what this leader from the BJP is essentially saying, and who is this person that they're pointing to?
Well, this is the counter allegation by Kapil Mishra now, and we have seen the recent press conference done by the Aam Aadmi Party chief of Sanjay Singh along with the other 4 MLAs, where the claim is same as it was done by Manish Sisodia earlier, that the BJP is trying to approach the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, offering them bribe, offering them money. 20 crore is the amount which has been told by Sanjay Singh today, and the MLAs themselves were present in the very press conference. But there, BJP is asking the question. BJP is again and again repeating the question that what exactly they have to say about the scam. What is their stand on the same? What is their stand on the liquor policy? These are the questions which have been again and again raised by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Whereas the Aam Aadmi Party continue with their line where they are saying that they have been offered bribes, they have been approached by Aam Aadmi Party. Aam Aadmi Party trying to convince the BJP trying to convince the Aam Aadmi Party leadership to join them and break the Aam Aadmi Party in the national capital. And there the reply is, but Aam Aadmi Party is not coming out with the name as of till now. And that is something what has been asked by the Bharatiya Janata Party also. Why, if you are having the names, why, if you know the people, not coming out with the proper names, with the audio clip as being claimed by Aam Aadmi Party, that they are having the audio clip of the same, which...
All right. Absolutely. Anuj, of course, is bringing us the details of the stunning claim that's been made by the BJP. Anuj, thank you for joining us for the moment. And heading across to Hyderabad, where massive protests are still taking place against Raja Singh of the BJP. Now, do remember that the situation continues to remain quite tense over remarks that he had made. He was, of course, arrested and later released on bail. Thereafter, we have seen a large amount of protests that have taken place in several places in Hyderabad, several places in old city of Hyderabad have been seeing protests. Now, there is a high alert that's been reported in the Charminar area. Yesterday, of course, there were several slogans that were raised against Raja Singh. Security, of course, is on high alert across various parts of Hyderabad. Now, protests, of course, are continuing to take place in various locations. The AIMIM is calling for these protests in several parts. Raja Singh, of course, has been suspended by the BJP over his controversial remarks that he made yesterday. He's also been asked by the top leadership of the BJP to explain why he made these controversial remarks. However, once he was arrested, there were some technicalities on which he was released on bail, and thereafter protests like this one that you see have been taking place since last night. Now, just to give you an update in terms of security situation, of course, various parts of Hyderabad still continue to remain tense, and what we are being told is that the police has put up several teams across the city to monitor the situation. Right now, of course, there was a protest that was dispersed a short while ago. Several of those people who were protesting were taken into preventive detention. Aneri is reporting on this from Hyderabad. She joins us now. Aneri, to begin with, give us an overall situation update in terms of the kind of protest that we are still continuing to see. Of course, the AIMIM had called for one protest. Now we are learning that that has been dispersed.
Well, Nupur, we have been seeing massive protests taking place here in Hyderabad and specifically in the Old City area, and also as we were seeing since morning there were protests, since last night also there were protests, and as you can see now how there's massive police deployment. All these protesters are now being moved out, but one confirmation that we have got from the police officials is that no case till now has been registered against any of these protesters for raising slogans like Sartan Se Juda and any other such slogans which were being being raised since last 2 days during the protest. So no case registered against any of these protesters, and also at the same time now you can see how massive police deployment is being put up here since morning. There were protesters, now all of them have been picked up and they have been moved from here, but also at the same time Hyderabad remains to be on high alert. Well, days continue after the Nampally court had issued orders that Raja Singh should be released with immediate effect, as the 41A CRPC was not followed. The procedure for 41A CRPC was not followed by the police and the state, and so now on that grounds Raja Singh was released. And also after that we had seen a massive protest which broke out at Chanchalgoda jail, at Charminar and various other locations like Shalibanda, as we continue to report from Shalibanda. And this morning also we had seen a few protests which were taking place, but as of now police have moved out all the protesters from here, and also we have been seeing that extra forces have been called in so that no untoward situation takes place. But yes, as of now also, as we continue to speak, the situation continues to remain tense, and also meanwhile we see that police forces have been called in, let it be at the Charminar or any other sensitive areas where we have been seeing protests taking place since last 2 days. And as we were reporting from here just some time from back, the protest which was taking place here was also being led by the AIMIM corporator who was leading this protest. So now it all remains to be seen when the police will take action and when will there be cases registered against these protesters over the slogans which were being raised like Sar Tan Se Juda and such statements. Whereas AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, while speaking to Republic, he had also stated that he condemns such statements and law and order shouldn't be taken in anyone's hand. No one has the right to do that. But still we see that protests are turning out to be violent here. Police had to use lathi charge to bring the situation under control.
Aneri, despite the fact that we've heard the AIMIM leader Asaduddin Owaisi say that he does not support this violent protest, he also does not support the kind of slogans that have been raised and anybody taking the law onto their hands. But the fact also remains that it is AIMIM leaders who are actually leading these protests in several areas.
That's right. That is what I was pointing out. Just when we had seen the visuals of massive protests which were taking place here at Shalibanda area, which this protest was being led by AIMIM corporator Syed Qadri. He was also here present, and also now he has also been picked up by the police officials. But yes, as you rightly mentioned, that though Asaduddin Owaisi has condemned such statements and also had he had stated that law and order shouldn't be taken in anyone's hand, though law will take its own course. But still, as we have been seeing, there are massive protests which took place all over last night when we had seen that various locations, police patrol vehicles were also damaged. So now, as you can see, now police forces are moving out from here as now there are protesters. But yes, still we continue to see that Hyderabad city has now been put under alert. A high alert has been put up here in Hyderabad, specifically in the old city area like Charminar and many such areas, because all the shops also in the surrounding areas are being for a precautionary measure being closed down by the police officials. And also yesterday we had seen how these protesters had called for a bandh amid the protest call which they had given against Raja Singh. But also at the same time, not to forget the fact that now BJP has also swiftly taken action against Raja Singh and he has been suspended. Now he is facing an explanation that he has to give in next 10 days of time. So BJP, first it was Nupur Sharma who was suspended from the party, and now we see that the Raja Singh, who is MLA from Kosha Mahal, has been suspended from the party. So he will have to give an explanation from what was the reason why he had given out that statement, and details also will have to be given by Raja Singh. But yes, this comes as a big relief for Raja Singh as we speak, because yesterday the Nampally court, after almost 2 to 2.5 hours of arguments in the Nampally court from both the ends, we had seen that at the end, we had seen that Raja Singh was asked to be released immediately. So that was one big relief which had come in. But yes, as of now, there are protests since last night, raising slogans against Raja Singh, saying Raja Singh ko arrest karo, and all such statements. Well, Sar Tanse Juda is also one of the statements which is being raised by these protesters here in Hyderabad. So now, also, as we continue to speak, high alert and tension still continues to prevail in Hyderabad, but forces have been called in to make sure that no untoward situation takes place.
All right, Aneri, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest from Hyderabad. There's a high alert that's been issued in all Hyderabad city, and the police is out in large numbers to try and control the situation. Aneri, for the moment, thank you for joining us. As Aneri is pointing out, of course, at the moment, there continues to be a high deployment of security forces on the ground. Also, we have been seeing protesters being dispersed in various areas. Some of them, of course, have been taken into preventive custody to try and avoid an unwarranted situation. But several of these protesters are returning to protest sites. Now, protests, of course, took place since late last night. Aneri, if I could come back to you. Aneri, I wanted to ask you, in terms of the BJP, what is the kind of action that is being taken against Raja Singh? Of course, he's been suspended for now, but he's been given about 10 days really to reply to why did he really make those remarks?
Well, if we go into the background of this whole scenario, which has now brought to such situation in Hyderabad, this all started with the show of the stand-up comedian Munawar Farooqi, who held his show here in Hyderabad on Saturday, where we had seen that Raja Singh, since before, he had been giving warnings. He had been saying, he also had requested the DGP and the state government not to hold Munawar Farooqi's event here in Hyderabad, as he has been insulting Lord Ram and Sita Mata. So because of that, we had seen that Raja Singh was then on Friday also was put under house arrest, because Munawar Farooqi's show was to take place in Hyderabad. But then under house arrest, Raja Singh was put, and also under heavy police deployment, Munawar Farooqi's show went on at Shilpakala Vedika in Hyderabad. But after that, after 2 days, we see that Raja Singh had put up a controversial, a derogatory remark video on social media. Well, that video has now been deleted by the social media handlers. But as of now, after Raja Singh made that controversial statement, we see that there are massive protests which took place since last 2 days. We have been seeing massive protests taking place. Well, yesterday also, when we had seen that at various police stations there were complaints which were filed against Raja Singh, and also an FIR was registered under various sections, and so he was being picked up from his residence yesterday, but after which he was produced in court, and then he was given relief, and he was granted that he was being told that he should be released immediately. So now that was a big relief for Raja Singh though, but we see that still there are massive protests which are taking place in various parts of the city, and also at the same time the political war of words between the opposition parties and the Bharatiya Janata Party continues. Well, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi also questions over Nupur Sharma. Well, he says that this has become the policy of the BJP, that they continue to make such derogatory remarks and then just suspend the leader. But what action has been taken is what the AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi also was questioning yesterday. And now we see that there are protests which are taking place here in Hyderabad as city continues to be under high alert.
All right, Aneri bringing us those details from Hyderabad. For the moment, thank you for joining us. Aneri, of course, continues to bring us the update on the situation. Well, protests are taking place in Kerala. These protests are against a bill that has been adopted in the assembly to dilute the powers of the governor. We are given to understand that force and water cannons are being used on protesters. Now, do remember that there has been a bit of a standoff over this bill to dilute powers of the governor. There have been several protesters who are alleging that this is being done to curb the powers of the governor. I'm going to try and go across to Ashwin, who's reporting from Thiruvananthapuram on this. Ashwin, we can see those protesters over there, of course, raising slogans. But at the heart of this protest is this contentious bill that is being taken up. Ashwin, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely. Now, the major amendment which is being brought by the government today with regard to the university bill is that for selecting the vice chancellor for various universities, at the moment, the current setup is that there is a 3-member search committee. Now, this search committee, of the 3 members, 2 of them are appointed by the governor of Kerala. But with the new amendment, the search committee members have been increased to 5. And what the government has done essentially is that the new 2 members will be appointed by the government itself. So essentially it would mean that the vice chancellor of universities...
who eventually will be selected will be by the government itself, or those who are favorable to the government. This is being contested. This is being contested by the opposition as well as the BJP. And today, the BJP Yuva Morcha has taken a protest outside the Legislative Assembly premises, and they have demanded that this should not be introduced in the floor of the House.
All right, of course, as you're pointing out, protests are taking place even as we speak. But we are given to understand that the situation did turn a little out of hand, Ashwin, earlier, and the police had to use force to dispel these protesters.
Yes, initially about 50 Yuva Morcha protesters were taking part, and the police had initially resorted to water cannons, after which the members of the Yuva Morcha went on to block the road as well outside the Legislative Assembly premises. And then the police resorted to force and took all of them, all the key members of the BJP Yuva Morcha into custody. They were detained and the roads were cleared. But what BJP Yuva Morcha is essentially demanding was that the bill should not even be presented in the floor of the House, and that it should be withdrawn immediately, as it dilutes the power of the governor. Because with the appointment of 2 extra members in the search committee would essentially mean that all appointments of vice chancellors in university will be done by the government itself, which makes the university a partial subject to the government. So whoever forms the government, they'll be able to appoint the vice chancellor, and this is being contested by the BJP Yuva Morcha. Nupur.
All right, Ashwin bringing us those details from Thiruvananthapuram. Thank you very much for joining us. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of a protest that turned violent earlier. And here's a look at some news in a brief that we are now getting for you. After Sanjay Raut was arrested by the ED, his business partner Sujit Patkar is under the radar of the Mumbai police. The Mumbai police have registered an FIR against him and 3 others in connection with the Lifeline Hospital scam worth about 38 crore rupees. FIR has also been registered in Azad Maidan police station. Sujit Patkar and others are partners of the Lifeline Hospital management. Saurabh Bhardwaj, while taking a jibe at the BJP, said that Raja Singh is not a big leader to give such a statement, and that the central leadership of the BJP is encouraging leaders like him and Nupur Sharma to make these controversial remarks. He further added that investments are taking place in Telangana and the BJP does not want that. Raids are being conducted at RJD leader Sunil Singh's residence in Patna. He is believed to be a close confidant of Lalu Yadav. This comes as fresh raids by the central agency are underway at multiple locations in Jharkhand and Bihar in its ongoing investigation in connection with illegal mining and extortion. The locations are linked. The ED is also conducting raids at 17 locations, including Harmu and Ashoknagar areas of Ranchi, on a matter related to illegal mining. It is also conducting raids simultaneously across various locations. According to DRDO officials, trials of the Pinaka extended range rocket are taking place in Pokhran firing range in Rajasthan, and successful test firings have been carried out during these tests developed by the DRDO. The rockets are produced by a private sector firm. The Assam Rifles has foiled cross-border smuggling of narcotics. In a joint operation with the Manipur police, cross-border smuggling of narcotics was busted and 8.60 kgs of brown sugar worth 17.20 crores at Friendship Bridge in Manipur was recovered. Ahead of the trust vote in Bihar's assembly today, BJP workers burnt an effigy of Chief Minister Nitish Kumar over allowing and backing the Bihar minister Mansoori's entry into the Vishnupad temple. Prime Minister Modi is set to visit Punjab's Mohali district to inaugurate the Homi Bhabha Cancer Research and Hospital and Research Centre. Meanwhile, tight security arrangements have been made in the district. The NIA is conducting raids at the residence of Advocate Mia Qayyum at the Barzula area of Srinagar. He was arrested by the Jammu and Kashmir police over the intervening night of August 4th and 5th. This, of course, was hours before the centre scrapped the erstwhile state special status. Qayyum was booked under PSA on the 7th of August and was flown to Agra jail, and he was later shifted to Tihar jail after his health condition deteriorated. Now, 2 people have been detained by the Mumbai police from Vapi in Gujarat over a threat call that was made to the Lalit Hotel. The Lalit Hotel had received a bomb threat call demanding a ransom of 5 crore rupees. The caller had also said that the bombs have been kept at 4 places. During the investigation, the police traced the numbers and reached Gujarat to nab the accused. 2 accused have been taken into custody by the Mumbai police. An investigation is currently on. Do remember that this is a report that came in yesterday where a 5-star hotel in Mumbai had received a threat call over bombs being placed at various locations inside the premises of the hotel. Sandeep is reporting on this. He has more details. Sandeep, give us more details over the arrests that have been made, please.
As far as the threat message is concerned, yes, Lalit Hotel, the 5-star hotel in Mumbai had received a threat call of a bomb being planted at several locations inside the hotel, and after which Mumbai police was alerted and a case was filed. And in fact, after the investigation by the intelligence of Mumbai police crime branch, now 2 people have been detained. 2 people have been detained from Vapi, Gujarat. And now Mumbai police is interrogating this matter. They have demanded, in fact, 5 crore rupees as a ransom amount from the Lalit Hotel. But yes, now Mumbai police is investigating this matter after they have detained 2 people from Vapi, Gujarat. So it will be very much crucial what comes out from the investigation. But apart from that, what we have been told by Mumbai police is that Mumbai police have alerted all its unit in order to make sure that security is maintained in the city of Mumbai. Remember, several incidents have been reported across the state of Maharashtra, following which Mumbai police is kept on alert.
All right, Sandeep bringing us those details of what's happened. We are given to understand that the 2 accused who made this particular call have been traced to Vapi. We will continue to get you more details on this particular case that's been reported at a 5-star hotel in Mumbai.
Amity University, Dubai has been awarded as the best university campus in the Middle East by Forbes magazine and recognized as the best university for job placements. Jumpstart your global career in Dubai with Amity, with faculty and students from over 50 nationalities. Visit amity.edu/Dubai.
More international news. Colombia's new police director has said that the country has suspended forced eradication of cocoa fields and will focus on intercepting cocaine shipments while providing farmers with incentives to adopt legal crops. He also said that operations aimed at forcefully eradicating coca leaf plantations in remote areas were suspended after he was named to the post last week.
The US government's significant $2 million investment in the Colombo Plan Drug Advisory Program is an excellent example of the deep and multifaceted bilateral cooperation between the United States and Colombia, and that look forward to continuing so that we can save lives in both our countries.
Ever since the formation of the Mahagathbandhan government in Bihar, we have been witnessing the rise in the crime graph. It seems that the administration is blindfolded to all these.
It's a big issue. It burns the hearts of the people of this country to see the financial mafia, the political mafia, and the liquor mafia loot at the expense of the Aam Aadmi. You can give people all the freebies you want, but the questions on the liquor mafia are not going away. And if India's only independent and independently owned news network does not ask these questions, then who will?
The land for jobs scam is getting bigger. RJD Supremo's close circle is now raided. Mega raids on RJD leaders. Tejashwi-linked mall is also under the scanner now. Five RJD leaders and raids across 25 locations. It's a mega swoop down by the CBI. But still silent on the scam, RJD and JDU cry vendetta, pin the blame on the BJP. Big action by central agencies. Lalu's close circle is raided in Bihar. ED searches are on in Jharkhand mining case too. BJP MLA arrested over controversial remarks is set free. Mega protests erupt across Hyderabad. Late night protests in Hyderabad, shocking Sar Tan se Juda slogans are raised. Well, thank you for staying with us on Republic TV. Pictures on your screen are coming to you from Hyderabad, where protests are continuing over the comments of Raja Singh. He was arrested and released on bail yesterday. Thereafter, of course, since midnight last night, we've been seeing these protests in various parts of Hyderabad's old city. Currently, this morning, of course, there were protests that were spearheaded by the AIMIM leader in parts of the Charminar area. The situation over there in Hyderabad continues to remain tense. The police, of course, have deployed large number of its forces at various locations to try and calm the situation. Aneri has been reporting live from Hyderabad. She's been getting us updates since the morning. Aneri, if you can hear me, give us more details of what's happening there currently. Of course, we did see the police break up that protest that was called by the AIMIM leader earlier.
Well, Nupur, it's not just AIMIM leader or corporate or any person from AIMIM. We also have been seeing that there are people from various sections, various societies who have been now coming in. This particular protest, if we talk about, which happened just some time back here at Shalibanda, well, now all these protesters have been picked up by the police. Well, this protest was being led by the AIMIM corporator, Syed Qadri, and now we also see that that now all these protesters have been moved out from here. Well, earlier they were staging protest here in the main road here, and all this traffic was blocked by these people. But also after that, we see that they all were moved to a side, and then after some time, all these protesters have been picked up. Well, yes, we still continue to listen to slogans like Sartan Se Juda, and well, AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi, he says that such slogans, whatever Raja Singh had said, and also slogans like Sartan Se Juda and also many other such slogans are condemnable, and these people should not take law and order in their hands. But still, we continue to see that there are protests which are taking place. Police officials are there at every corner, every pocket of the city now, specifically in the old city area of Hyderabad, where we have been seeing that there were protests which erupted in various areas, various locations. Charminar, Shalibanda, Dabirpura and such areas have been sensitive points, and so now police officials are not allowing anyone to wander around here in this location, as we had seen that there was a protest. Well, these protesters are constantly raising slogans against Raja Singh, saying Raja Singh ko arrest karo, and all such type of slogans are being raised by these protesters. But also at the same time, police deployment has been put in place. Extra forces have been called in. Just near to this particular location, we are seeing that there is Charminar, where this is Charminar is a tourist spot, but still all these shops which you see around me, all these shops are being closed. They are not allowed to open since last 2 days. Yesterday also these shops had observed a ban as Raja Singh's controversial statement, but today we see that once again all these shops are closed down, and police officials are here at the spot, making sure that no one can move around here in this place. And also at the same time, we have been seeing that now police officials have been asked to stay at the places where there are sensitive areas. Nupur.
So massive protest in Hyderabad against Raja Singh, and slogans of Sartan Se Juda heard even as the protest happened last night. Aneri taking us through those latest developments. Tension, we believe, Aneri, continues to simmer. You were taking us through the latest updates. What do we know so far?
Well, Rukma, we have been seeing how there are protests which are taking place, how sloganeerings are taking place against Raja Singh, but also one such statement which we have been listening, one such slogan which we have been listening is Sartan Se Juda, which means beheading. And so what important here is to notice that no case till now has been registered.
लेकिन मेरा आप सब लोगों से निवेदन, ये सरकारी मंच है, यहाँ पे अगर राजनीति की बातें ना हो तो अच्छा रहेगा। अभी बसों की बात करते हैं अपने को, बाकी तो राजनीति तो चलती रही है।
सर, आपने अगले 5 साल तक चार्जिंग जो इलेक्ट्रिक बसों का आंकड़ा बताया है, तो क्या चार्जिंग स्टेशन जो है उनकी भी संख्या आने वाले दिनों में बढ़ेगी? 55
स्टेशन बना रहे हैं, 55 बस डिपोज को इलेक्ट्रीफाई कर रहे हैं, और अगले साल के अंत तक सारे तैयार हो जाएंगे।
18,000 चार्जिंग पॉइंट हम 25 तक बना देंगे।
18,000 चार्जिंग पॉइंट्स 2025 तक बन के तैयार हो जाएंगे। 18,000 बहुत है। थैंक यू सो मच।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मेरा अनुरोध सभी हमारे आए हुए अतिथियों से कि आप सब अपने स्थान पर बने रहें, और आज के इस कार्यक्रम में शामिल होने के लिए आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री महोदय का, आदरणीय परिवहन मंत्री महोदय का हृदय से आभार। अपने स्थान पर।
So, Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal there addressing the media about various initiatives that he is taking, and clarifying in the very beginning that, well, there will be no questions on politics at the very outset. And going back once again to updates from Hyderabad, where tension continues to simmer. Going back to Hyderabad, where tension continues to simmer over protests and sloganeering. Those are visuals there coming in from the old city. Yesterday, there were slogans of Sartan Se Juda, which means beheading, as Aneri was telling us. Aneri covering that event right now. Today, too, the same slogans are being heard in the protests being held in Hyderabad. As you can see, quite a number of people there protesting. Aneri, our correspondent there at the scene in Hyderabad, a high alert sounded in the old city as protests are happening in many places. And those are visuals that Republic is getting you. Last night too, there were protests in Hyderabad over remarks made by T. Raja, who has since been expelled from the BJP. So protests in Hyderabad since last night. Tension has continued to simmer, even as the state government has taken major steps in order to ensure that law and order is maintained. As you can see in that visual there, police in huge numbers being deployed there, embarking at the spot. Aneri, when we talk about, well, the sloganeering, it seems to not have stopped. As you were telling us, the calls for beheading. Take us through, well, recap for us what we are seeing right now. 3 visuals since protests since last night, police deployment, and protests today as well.
Well, Rukma, we have been seeing that there are massive protests which are being taking place in Hyderabad and also in old city area of Hyderabad. And as we are reporting from Shalibanda area, this is the Shalibanda area where we had seen that since morning there were massive protests which were taking place here. There were slogans against Raja Singh ko arrest karo and Raja Singh Murdabad are such statements, which are such slogans which were being raised by these protesters. And now all of these have been moved out from here. Earlier, as you can see here, there were effigies which were burned by these protesters. Black flags were also being used, and now because of the traffic trouble, all these protesters were moved aside and now they have been picked up. So as of now, the police officials are still here at the spot. They are there at all the sensitive locations where we have been seeing that it could turn out to be a violent thing. But also at the same time, we have been seeing that last night also there was a massive protest in various locations. Police had to use lathi charge to bring the situation under control, and also not to forget the mobs, the protesters also vandalized a police patrol car during the protest. So definitely this protest have been turning out to be violent one. But yes, as we talk about Raja Singh, the Nampalli court has now granted a big relief and he has been asked to release immediately. Yesterday, after almost 2 to 2.5 hours of arguments in the Nampalli court, we had seen that as the police and the state did not follow the procedure of 41AC.
Right, Aneri, stay with us. We'll be coming back to you. But now moving on to breaking developments coming in from Kerala. The Kerala High Court has stayed the order of the Kozhikode Sessions Court granting bail to writer Sivik Chandran, accused in a sexual harassment case. So major breaking news coming in now from the Kerala High Court. It steps in to stay the bail of a writer accused in a sexual harassment case, Sivik Chandran. More details awaited at this point, but now we are hearing that the Kerala High Court has stayed the Sessions Court order. After a massive row erupted over the Sessions Court order, and Varshini joining us on the phone line to take us through this major breaking news. Ashwin, when we talk about the Kerala High Court stepping in, can we say that it's a result of the kind of outrage that followed the Sessions Court decision to grant Sivik Chandran bail?
Absolutely. What the Kerala High Court has essentially stated is that the anticipatory bail must be cancelled.
Now bringing you a Republic super explosive news break by Republic News. Shavan will be bringing us this Republic explosive news break. Shavan, over to you.
Well, in fact, now big breaking news coming in only on Republic Media Network. First pictures of the recoveries that have been made in the illegal mining scam. The Enforcement Directorate has recovered 2 AK-47 from the premises connected to a middleman who goes by the name of Prem Prakash. Searches have been carried out in which AK-47 weapons now have been recovered. Remember, in the illegal mining scam, dons like Bachu Yadav were also arrested by the Enforcement Directorate. Turns out that this is a close associate of Chief Minister Hemant Soren, who is now basically under the scanner. Important to point out, this is the first pictures only with Republic Media Network. Big breaking news now coming in the illegal mining scam. Weapons that have now been accessed by Republic TV. This is a big breaking news now coming in. Remember, searches are being carried out at 17 locations in Bihar, Jharkhand, Tamil Nadu and the national capital, where Prem Prakash, one of the middlemen, there is a massive focus right now on the Enforcement Directorate in the searches that are basically being carried out. These are the big details now emerging only with Republic TV. 17 locations where searches are being carried out. And the first images that we are getting right now is of the AK-47 that has been recovered by the Enforcement Directorate during the searches that have been carried out. Important to point out is that Prem Prakash is considered to be a middleman, a close business associate, and is also linked with the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. In fact, now we are being told that sources basically indicating that in the illegal mining scam, remember, there were basically business associates who were threatened by a close associate of the Chief Minister, Pankaj Mishra, who's been taken into the custody of the Enforcement Directorate. Another name now emerging, once again close links with the Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. AK-47 now being recovered. That's a big disclosure that's been made by sources within the Enforcement Directorate as the searches have been carried out. Big news now coming in.
So big news coming in, super exclusive, broken by Shavan. And Shavan, how are we to understand the fact that Hemant Soren's name, well, it's his associate who is said to have, his aide is said to have the AK-47. What kind of bearing would this have on Mr. Soren himself?
Well, what is going to be very important here right now, Rukma, is the fact that with the recoveries that have essentially been made right now in the searches that have been carried out, important to point out is the fact that the Chief Minister's close associates, starting with Pankaj Mishra and now Prem Prakash, both being raided by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, Pankaj Mishra has already been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, and with Prem Prakash now being under the scanner of the Enforcement Directorate, it's going to be very difficult for the Chief Minister to really explain what was really happening within his own state, given the fact that illegal licenses were basically given, and thereafter was mindless mining that was basically carried out in the state, which has basically resulted in massive environmental damages that have been caused in certain districts like Sahibganj, where the searches were basically also carried out and recoveries have been made. And this is not the first search that has been carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. In fact, this is the fourth raid that have been carried out in the illegal mining scam, in which it is going to be very, very difficult, or rather very embarrassing for the current dispensation in Jharkhand to really explain that there's a recovery of weapons that are being made from a close business associate, and the fact that Prem Prakash is also linked to some of the mining companies there. In fact, Pankaj Mishra, who's arrested by the Enforcement Directorate, he too, remember, what was very important to point out, he too, was running a mining company, and a license was basically given to him, and a monopoly that was basically created. And thereafter, what also turned out is that they started
threatening a lot of other business associates who were basically participating in a fair tendering process, and they were not allowed to participate in the tender process. Now, this is only going to make things extremely uncomfortable for the current dispensation in Jharkhand when the kind of recoveries that have been made so far.
Right. And well, even as we are speaking since this morning, we've been hearing of the searches being conducted by the ED in the mining scam. It's a scam that spreads across many states, and evidence could come in from anywhere in the country. Is that what we should understand from these searches? Shavan.
Well, Rukma, with these searches that have essentially been carried out in the illegal mining scam, remember the recoveries range from stone crushers to JCB machines to also cash recoveries that have been made. Arrests have already taken place. Pankaj Mishra, a close representative of the Jharkhand Chief Minister, has also been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate in the past. In fact, a charge sheet has already been filed by the Enforcement Directorate. Now, I'm being told with the current searches that are being carried out in the national capital, in Jharkhand, in Bihar and Tamil Nadu, the focus is essentially on the role of a middleman who goes by the name of Prem Prakash. In fact, we can now confirm that the Enforcement Directorate has essentially recovered two AK-47s from the premises of Prem Prakash.
Right. The ED has also recently stated about huge amounts of cash, cash amounting to more than nearly 40 crores linked to illegal mining have been seized by its teams. Can you confirm this? So, well, it's a Republic super explosive news break. An AK-47 found with Hemant Soren's aid. Jharkhand CM's aide had stored an AK-47, and an AK-47 weapon was found from the Chief Minister's associate, and things not looking great for the Jharkhand Chief Minister as his close associate, as there had been reports earlier of attempts to intimidate. Now, an AK-47 found with his associate only raises the alert. The Jharkhand mining scam,